to better social policies to address inequality in the region. Now, during the inaugural remarks, we will hear first from Jose Manuel Salazar Salinas, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Manfred Pabig, the Senior Advisor to the ECLAC BMZ GIZ Cooperation Program, Laura Oroz, Director of the Directorate of Cooperation with Latin America and the Caribbean for the Spanish Agency of International Cooperation for Development, IC, and Jimena Andion, the Deputy Director for the Mexico and Central America Office of the Ford Foundation, virtually. So let us begin with the remarks from the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar Salinas. Go ahead. Good morning. Thank you, Alberto. I would like to reiterate the welcoming remarks by Alberto Arenas to everyone present here today in person and everyone else joining us virtually. Special greetings to the authorities joining us here today in person, especially for this inaugural panel, Manfred Heiberg, Senior Advisor to ECLAC BMZ JC Cooperation Program, as well as Laura Oroz Ulibarri, the Director of the Directorate of Cooperation with Latin America and the Caribbean Spanish Agency of International Cooperation for Development, and Ms. Jimena Andion, the Deputy Director for the Mexico and Central America Office of the Ford Foundation, joining us virtually. All of the other representatives of the institutions that work closely with the region and with the activities carried out by ECLAC in terms of social protection and inequality. Now, the goal of this fourth regional seminar on social development is to foster discussion, reflection, in order to make progress on the various characteristics and dimensions of social inequality in the region. Now, this is a very special moment as well, because as you know, we are headed towards the second global summit on social development in 2025. With this, we aim to have more robust social policies to address inequality in order to make progress with regard to meeting the objectives under the 2030 agenda as well, as agreed to by the countries. Now, as we have reiterated several times at ECLAC, the region is facing a development crisis that involves three traps. One, low growth capacity. Two, high inequality and low social mobility and low social cohesion. And the third trap is the limited institutional capacity and ineffective governance. Now, we are here to talk about various propositions to do away with the aspects that are bringing about these traps. Now, inequality has been at the heart of ECLAC's thinking and reflections for 75 years of existence, and this is something that's inefficient in terms of growth. It is not helpful for social cohesion and does not do anything good either for social compacts. There are several factors that explain inequality in the region, and there are volumes of literature on this topic. And you know that we have said it's not just about identifying causes and pulling together our efforts to identify what we should do, but it's also essential to sit down and have a discussion as to how to do this, how to manage the necessary transformations under the different development models. And from that perspective, we have made an effort to reduce many of the factors that are the root causes of inequalities. And there are some large elements that allow us to believe that only an integrated approach to these aspects will be able to change the course in terms of reducing inequality. And with that spirit, we have identified 5 main factors, which are as the main causes of a lack of social mobility and inequality. First of all, income inequality is rooted in the different sectoral production issues. For example, there are differences in some sectors that are very productive and other sectors that are not productive. Now, the business community and workers in the high productive sectors receive higher salaries and wages than those who work in sectors that are not known for high productivity. And we see that that's where most of the informal, low-quality jobs exist. And inequality is also more difficult to address in a region that has low growth capacity. back from 2014 to 2023, there was very low growth in the region, which is actually less than 2% than what was recorded during the lost decade of the 80s. Now we have mediocre growth, and these traps have made it very difficult, if not impossible, to bring about productive transformation, to reduce inequality, to foster or generate good quality jobs, etc. Now all of this points to how part of the solution for the productive heterogeneity in the region as one of the causes of income inequality are production policies that reduce major differences with regard to sectoral productivity. They do away with the productive dualism as well, and bring about changes, structural changes in employment in those sectors that are more known for growth. Now, we also know that inequality is related to regressive policies and limited social protection mechanisms. With better welfare, state to better welfare, we will not be able to compensate inequalities that I have just mentioned that are totally rooted in the productive side. Thirdly, we have the role of education and its relation to technology in the labor market. Now, a good quality, a broad coverage education system may make a difference in terms of social mobility and thereby reduce inequality. If we have poor families and lower income families that are educated, they can have access to better income than their parents. Growing social mobility may be a key mechanism to reduce inequality, and it has been in different periods over history and in the region. But we see that these mechanisms have not been developed sufficiently in some of our countries. And in some countries, in fact, they have worsened. We have very high rates of secondary dropout, educational dropout, and those who finish high school have poor educational results in keeping with the PISA results, where there is deficiency in terms of reading and math. And education systems have also seen that there are major gaps between the private and public systems, further worsening inequalities. The fourth factor that I wanted to point out and that we have identified is related to the historic marked gender inequality in the region. This is a type of inequality that cannot be addressed only through regulations that prevent discrimination, that penalize violence, or that secure the equal participation of men and women in different areas of social, political, and economic life. Now, of course, all of that is important, but we also need to have specific public services, specifically those related to the labor inclusion of women and the care economy, and aspects related to health and reproductive health, and having social organizations for caring for the adults and the elderly and children. Now, addressing these major causes or the root causes of inequality are key. We know that inequality is also related to political, sociological, cultural, historic factors related to discrimination and the violation of the human rights of the indigenous, Afro-descendants, and other groups. Now, these 5 factors do not capture all the different causes of inequality, but at least 3/4 of them. And this is not a specific, precise figure, by the way. It's just a term of speech, if you will. And this aims to show most of the causes of inequality. And if we work on just a few of these, that's insufficient. What we need is an integrated policy approach that simultaneously addresses all of the root causes, that addresses the social matrix of inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean from an integrated approach. Here, there's a great deal of information with regard to how to address inequality and how to foster social cohesion. And this is based on the rights-based approach and to address the individual needs, but also I just mentioned all of these root causes, and we have seen that this calls for something else that's quite key in terms of reducing inequality, and that is economic growth and productive growth.
Más difícil. everything else becomes much more complex. With a growth of 1 or 2% in these 3 days at the regional seminar, we will be holding exchanges about the different aspects of social protection with a perspective on inequality. And I would like to thank and express my special gratitude to Professor Nicholas Barr from the London School of Economics and Political Science, who this morning will share with us a keynote presentation on the role of social protection systems in welfare states in order to face up to inequality. And this afternoon we will be talking about social stratification, and tomorrow we will deal with health, education, and pensions. The third and last day, we will talk about labor inclusion as one of the fundamental pillars of inequality in the region, and we will conclude with reflections and debates around the measurement of social inequality with a multi-dimensional approach. I wish you success, and hopefully we will obtain lessons that will be useful for the construction of more robust public policy so that we may continue to work in favor of a more constructive, sustainable, and equitable future in our region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your words, Executive Secretary, and we certainly hope during these 3 days to discuss in greater depth the issue of inequality and to decipher one of these traps that you have mentioned in terms of which refers to high inequality, low social mobility, and low social cohesion. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Manfred Hebig from the German Cooperation Agency. Please go ahead, Manfred. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Dear José Manuel Salazar Ciriñas, dear Laura Oroz Ulibarri, dear Jimena Andión, dear panelists and participants, allow me to share with you 4 observations when we inaugurate this 4th regional seminar on social development. The first one is the obvious comment, in the sense that an excessive social inequality is bad for both the economy and also bad for social cohesion and democracy. Studies conducted by the Monetary Fund, by the International Monetary Fund and the OECD state that social inequality can reduce economic growth, reduces aggregate demand, and can lead to less investment in human capital. Inequality undermines social cohesion and increases political polarization and the support for populist political parties. Confidence in democratic institutions is also negatively impacted. The second observation is that social inequality is a challenge for both our regions, for Latin America and the Caribbean, and also for Europe. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have evidenced a general improvement since 1995 compared to an initial situation which was alarmingly negative. However, this improvement is very distant from being enough. Social inequality in Europe and also in my own country, in Germany, has evolved in a complex manner since 1995 to date. Despite the fact that there has been progress in some areas such as gender equality or the access to education, there are still significant challenges, especially in terms of economic and ethnic inequalities. The third observation is that we have to take into consideration the various dimensions, as you mentioned just now, of social inequality. Poverty and inequality are multidimensional in terms of their causes and often have different faces in terms of their expressions. We need systemic and comprehensive approaches in order to understand and encompass that within the framework of public policies, considering the complexity involved in social phenomena. Please allow me to outline some of these dimensions of social inequality related to the evolution in both regions, and I would like to focus on Europe and Germany.
el secretario ejecutivo, ¿qué pasa en...
The executive secretary has already mentioned what happens in Latin America, and obviously you will be devoting 2 days to discuss Latin America, the income inequality, first of all, in Europe. That has increased in many countries of the European Union since the 90s. In Germany, it has grown since the reunification and has become, and despite the fact that it has become stable over the past decade, it is still high compared to other countries in Europe. Labor reforms at the beginning of this century have led to a greater segmentation of the labor market. Secondly, access to education. Access to higher education has improved, and yet there are still significant disparities between socioeconomic groups. Social mobility continues to be limited in many European countries. In Germany, the educational system based on early selection perpetuates inequalities, and the socio-economic origin continues to be a strong determinant of performance, despite the fact that recent efforts have been made in order to make the system much more inclusive. The gaps continue to exist. Access to care, to child care, to the care of older persons, to the care of people with disability is a critical expression of social inequality that has an impact upon labor participation, gender equality, and family well-being. Gender inequality has dropped in terms of access to education and the labor market, but there are still salary gaps and representation in leadership positions. Some countries have implemented gender quotas in leading roles and with policies of paternal leave. In many countries, women still earn less and are underrepresented in leadership positions. Policies such as the parental subsidies have increased the share of men in the care of children, despite the fact that traditional gender expectations continue to pose a challenge. Immigration has increased ethnic diversity in Europe, but has also exacerbated ethnic and racial inequalities. Immigrants and ethnic minorities face barriers in terms of employment, education, and housing. In Germany, that have received many immigrants, especially since the refugee crisis of 2015. Generations inequality, the generation of the baby boomers, in other words, of those that were born between 1946 and 1964 in Europe, represent possess in Europe 50 to 60% of wealth. In Germany, even greater, 55 to 65% of the wealth. And therefore, despite the fact that this generation, our generation, is well poised, younger generations are much more concerned with the future in view of the demographic evolution, which gives rise to a debate on intergenerational justice. I am not going to refer to Latin America because that is an issue that we will discuss during these 3 days. The fourth point, and our interest and our portfolio, we have similar challenges to overcome both in Europe and here in terms of social inequality. And that is why we are interested in holding a political and dialogue among experts between our regions and mutual learning. We are not in the business of single offers or the transfer of solutions from north to south. Multipolar exchange formats among peers are increasingly appropriate and demanded, and let us continue to develop that jointly. This development is reflected in our portfolio of cooperation projects with ECLAC, and we are linked to ECLAC with a strategic alliance. We're launching a regional project called the Economy of Care for Sustainable Development with Gender Equality in Latin America and the Caribbean. One of the main pillars of our regional project, economic, productive, ecological and socially just transition, is labor inclusion and the sustainability of pension systems. As a GIZ globally, we hope to collaborate to a greater degree with the European Union in the sphere of social protection, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean. We hope to be able to soon crystallize a cooperation with the European Union around these issues within the framework of our alliance with ECLAC. The gender dimension is a cross-cutting issue in all our projects, from digitalization to the circular economy and from more sustainable mining to fiscal policies. In addition, with ECLAC and with stakeholders from both regions, we work around the issue of foreign affairs, feminist policies, and cooperation policies. I hope that in this fourth regional seminar on social development, that this regional seminar will contribute to the analysis and exchange that will enable us to promote public policies, helping countries in the region to design and implement public policies that support the realization of the triple transition without leaving no one behind. I therefore hope that we can hold a fruitful exchange that might lead to constructive outcomes for all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Manfred, for your words. I would like here to express my gratitude for the tremendous commitment on the part of German cooperation with the work of ECLAC, and especially with all aspects related to social protection issues. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Laura Oros from the German Cooperation Agency, who will be connected online. Laura, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Executive Secretary, colleagues in this inauguration ceremony, I would like to express my good morning to all authorities and to the colleagues that have joined this inauguration ceremony online. It's an honor for me to speak to you on occasion of the inauguration of this fourth regional seminar on social development, social protection and inequality, looking towards the World Summit on Social Development in 2025. I would like to thank ECLAC and all the other institutions and participant countries for enabling this event. I am sure will lead to reflections and proposals that will make a major contribution to the international agenda on social development, and especially to the World Summit that will be held next year. If we analyze the multiple and persistent and complex challenges related to structural inequality that characterizes Latin America, and on top of that, major global threats such as the climatic and economic crisis and the conflicts in Europe and in the Middle East, we will see how the consequences of these events have an impact upon the roadmap that was taking us towards the SDGs, making their compliance much slower. And therefore, I would like to highlight that we believe that it is necessary to change our paradigms, enabling us to promote all the whole potential that we have and that the Latin American and Caribbean region have in order to enable a triple transition, a sustainable social transition, a fair ecological transition, and a transformation for shared prosperity and inclusive growth. All these elements are integrated and form part of the fundamental pillars of Spanish cooperation, and we believe that the reduction of inequality will enable us to make progress in terms of cohesion, social stability, and shared well-being, promoting sustainable development. And for that purpose, I would like to focus on some characteristic elements of Spanish cooperation that we are promoting the development, transition, and international cooperation for development in order to favor that greater social equality. First of all, within the framework of that aspect that has to do with the transition for cooperation for development, we want to promote new social compacts and promote dialogues for the creation of new consensus on the type of society that we desire. In 2023, we launched the program that we called the program Democracy, that sought these objectives to strengthen dialogue between different stakeholders for the generation of consensus around essential aspects such as gender equality, fiscal policies, how we want to finance or contribute towards the financing of those inequalities. A third fundamental element is the generation of alliances. That is a strategic element of Spanish cooperation that we tackle at a horizontal level. We also consider that alliances between the different partners or the regional outlook of in terms of these common objectives is an added value.
We start with the dialogue between countries, exchange experiences, lessons learned in South-South triangular cooperation, and everything that may aid us, as we said. We're talking about PPTs. Thus, we believe that we will be able to be more effective in responding to the needs of different levels of development of the countries in the region through these kinds of advanced cooperation tools. A proof of this is our Interconnect project that is working in collective intelligence based on the knowledge management with innovation to promote learning between peers, the joining of synergies, partnerships with players that work in specific sectors in trying to pursue common goals. Thirdly, public policies to create consensus, partnerships. This is essential in a cooperation that is knowledge of the development of multilateral element. This is pillar that is needed in order to fully meet human rights and to get rid of inequalities. We certainly appreciate strategic partnerships that we have with ECLAC. It's been going on for 30 years that we have tackled in different fora all of the challenges. Amongst other projects in 2030 agenda, such as supporting gender equality, women's autonomy, or fiscal policies towards sustainable development, we also are conducting a social cohesion project for inclusive development in Latin America. After a previous project where we had a solid diagnosis of the status of social cohesion in the region, we had even designed a tool towards that end. We now wish to strengthen social institutionality to promote these policies, focusing equality and the effective meeting of rights. In this kind of meeting, it is a must to go forward in development of policies and to be able to tackle comprehensively the social challenges of the region, as we have just heard, promoting reflection, exchange of ideas, and collaboration between players to encourage efficient, long-lasting policies. Thus, the Spanish cooperation is committed to this. I'd like to conclude once more thanking all of those who are following us and who will contribute to the success of this forum. I know that this will allow for exchange and reflection space. It will also strengthen the network of partnerships so as to make forward, to make headway in deleting the structural inequalities in the region. Thank you. Thank you, Laura, for participating here in the opening of this event. I thank the Spanish Corporation for the support provided, and especially the Social Development Division in everything having to do with social cohesion. And in closing this panel, I hand over to Amela Dion from the Ford Foundation, and she will be here through virtual connection. Thank you. I'd like, first of all, to thank ECLAC for the invitation to be here at this fourth regional seminar on sustainable development that aims at going into inequalities and social protection. I used to greet the representatives from countries, international organizations, civil society, and those who are also here in this panel. And Mr. Jose Manuel Saladar, Alberto Arenas, Mr. Hibig, and Laura Oroz. As you know, Ford Foundation is a nonprofit organization that aims at fighting inequalities so as to communities and individuals may live with quality, better quality and harmony. We are investing in ideas, institutions, and in individuals in different countries. We have offices throughout the world, and we have one in USA. We are more and more emphasizing, as Mr. Hibbett said, because we know that inequality is found everywhere. It is affecting most countries in the world, and we have to continue looking at this from different points of view. We certainly appreciate the collaboration that we've had with ECLAC in the last few years. We believe that ECLAC is an institution that has always been at the forefront in discussions on inequality, always working with rigor in these kinds of topics, with a strong, important voice, not just in Latin America, but also in the rest of the globe. Pushing forward topics that are very important in the global agendas that have to do with development and inequalities. In the last few years, to give an example, we worked with ECLAC in different departments in a project having to do with labor inclusion, especially in certain marginal parts of society, such as indigenous people, Afro descendants, young people, women. And during the pandemic and after the pandemic, it is not to be surprised, no surprise that the pandemic deepened inequalities, creating uh, backstepping in many past conquests. And this brings in new data and also uh, deep analysis on how to rethink labor inclusion and getting rid of inequalities. We also see that in these studies we are also including the voices of the people who have been affected during the pandemic. People should be at the center of everything, and these studies have indeed contributed a great deal to the discussions for the countries that have participated in these discussions. So I really appreciate the collaboration with ECLAC. Let me mention uh, comments having to do with this collaboration and other projects we've had within Ford Foundation on inequality and social development. One of these reflections, the most important one really, has to do with how to rethink capitalism so as to provide well-being and development for all, especially those who are more vulnerable. Thus, together with the Hewlett and Open Society Foundations, we've conducted a project together with different universities in the global south and north, inviting everyone to rethink on what should we do differently so that the promise of development and well-being can be truly fulfilled. What are the alternatives that can be really effective in fighting inequalities? We also believe that because of climate change and different crises that we're facing throughout the world, it becomes a must to question what we think of when we talk of development. And here Latin America has much to contribute to these discussions on the type of development that we want. Indigenous people, with their reflections on well-being, have much to contribute. We have also a lot to contribute on the different sectors that have to do with initiatives that must be discussed. We also believe that in this search to include the development alternatives, although slight, already exist in some countries, and these are more just, greener. What can we do in order to replicate these alternatives to development that are found in some of these corners of the region? As it has already been said, it is also very important to listen carefully to communities and marginal sectors. One of the priorities of the Ford Foundation has to do with civic space work, as we call it. That is how to have a healthy interaction whereby communities and people can participate in the construction of alternative public policies where they can ask for accountability for the governments, how where they can collaborate and express themselves. The challenges that we're facing now cannot be met if we don't really work together. I'm talking about countries, international community, civil society, private sector. These partnerships will provide the possibility to face these tremendous challenges. We also firmly believe, with even more commitment, that we have to include an intercultural gender perspective in our work. Especially when we talk about inequalities, we must realize that, as ECLAC has well said, are manifold, and the ways to find inequalities are multidimensional. And here we have tremendous challenges. To give an example, the World Economic Forum, the report on gender gaps, says that in order to reach gender equality, we still need to wait for 131 years if we continue at the same pace as we have today. That is why we must be stronger and speedier in this endeavor. The panelists have already said that we should put at the center of the discussion the care system. ECLA has been at the forefront of that, but we must continue placing care at the center of all of our agendas. It should be a pillar of social protection, really including the different dimensions of care, catering for everything having to do with the cultural, labor aspects, with the services that state must provide, the services that should be provided by the private sector, and the violence that is another topic, part of that gender challenge. And finally, we have been reflecting on how we put the agendas in different compartments. We have a program on climate change, another on civil matters, another on democracy. But it's time to have a holistic perspective and to see the interconnection of all of our programs. It is no surprise that the democratic crises that the countries, the region are facing are connected with lack of development, with inequalities, and the existing gaps. Violence, organized crime, illegal transactions, these all affect democracy. So we do hope that we will be able, and by the way, I invite you all to see the problems and solutions in a holistic, multi-dimensional fashion. This seminar is indeed a great opportunity to share experiences and also to imagine and rethink on the next 20 years of the region and of the world. These are necessary and urgent discussions because of what's happening today. This kind of a venue will certainly help us, and they should continue to be organized so that we may have public policies so as to better fight inequalities. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Jimena and Dion, for your words. We hope that we will be able to continue working together in social inequality in the region as we have had in the last few years. Thus, we conclude the opening session of this seminar on the fourth seminar on social development. We have already 400 persons online following us, and we thank then the panelists in this opening session. I now give the floor to Claudia Robles, who is social affairs representative from ECLAC. She will be moderating this next session. Thank you, Alberto. Good morning. It's a tremendous pleasure to welcome you all to this session where we have a keynote speech on the role of social protection systems in the welfare states to face inequality. The speaker will be Mr. Nicholas Barr. This event that is devoted to social protection and equality, and that is why it's an honor to have Professor Barr with us. He's a professor of public economy from the London School of Economics and Political Science.
Invitation. It's quite an honor to have you here. Thank you. El profesor Barr tiene un máster en economía.
The professor has a degree from the London School of Economics. He has a PhD from California University, Berkeley, He's a professor in public economy, as I already said, and he has written more than 20 books. He has contributed a great deal to the economic thought in different means, in talking about the economy, the welfare state, the pensions, and others. He has also made tremendous contributions in the design and the global discussion of public policy. He has advised different governments such as Australia, Chile, Hungary, and New Zealand. I'd like to say that in this presentation, Mr. Barr will be talking about this very important book, The Welfare State and Social Protection, bringing in different clues on strategic public policies that may help us to give equal opportunities during a life cycle and in view of the outcomes. In view of the uncertainty whereby the consensus that we thought we had reached are now being shaken, it is more and more important and timely to hear Professor Barr to see how these reflections and these policies may eventually face the tremendous risks and transformations that we're facing. Professor Barr, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Claudia, and good morning, everybody. It's an enormous pleasure to be back in Santiago. I think this is my 14th trip here over the last 30 years, and it's always good to be back. And it's a huge pleasure to be back with old friends Alberto and my fellow Bravo Commissioner, Claudia. And also hello to my LSE students in London. If I had to lead my life over again, one of the few changes I would make is I would learn to speak Spanish. I do apologize that I'm not speaking in Spanish. I've got too many slides. What I'm going to do is skip and skim to make sure that I stick to my time slot, and anything that on which you want more detail, feel free to come back in Q&A. I've got 4 agenda items that I want to talk about. Improving vertical equity, in particular relieving poverty, improving consumption smoothing, that's savings opportunities, particularly for lower income workers, improving horizontal equity, particularly relating to gender and family, and then improving intergenerational equity, which includes things like education and training. So what's the problem? Well, income inequality has already been mentioned. Of the global population, the poorest 50% share 8% of total income. The richest 10% earn over 50% of total income. And you've got similar high degrees of inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I always tell my students they should ask the so what question. Why does this matter? Well, inequality matters for 2 separate and mutually reinforcing reasons. First of all, the social impact. The welfare state affects the quality of life of hundreds of millions of older citizens, and as they look to their future, hundreds of millions of workers. But there's also an economic impact. The welfare state doesn't exist just to protect the poor. It matters for a country's economic growth, and it also matters internationally. So there are 2 separate and reinforcing agendas, social and economic. There's also a political dimension. I took this picture in the Atacama Desert in January 2017. You can see it's a bus shelter in the middle of nowhere, and written on the side is no AFP, which makes the point that pensions are highly political and getting the politics right matters. So let me come on to agenda item 1, poverty relief. Pensions in particular have 3 objectives. Poverty relief is 1, insurance, in particular how long one is going to live after retirement. Consumption smoothing allows young people like you to plan over your life course to redistribute consumption to your older selves. And as an important part of the poverty relief function of pensions are non-contributory pensions and child benefit. A non-contributory pension is a flat rate tax-financed pension based on age and residence. Countries that have them include Australia, Canada, Chile, of course, as you know, the Netherlands and New Zealand, and a large number of lower and middle income developing countries. And this is very far from being an exhausting list. Child benefit is a parallel benefit. It's a tax-financed benefit per child. It exists in many countries. It's typically paid to the mother rather than the father. And this is a common institution in Europe, but not in the Americas. So why do we have non-contributory pensions? Well, the negative reason is because contributory systems do a bad job in terms of coverage. And a lot of systems, in addition, have bad design features, some of which I'll be talking about in one of the sessions tomorrow. The more positive reason for non-contributory pensions is the world is changing. It used to be the case in Europe that the norm was long-term full-time employment. That world is changing. There's increased diversity of labour market relations, both in OECD countries and in lower and middle income developing countries. And that means that institutions need to be able to accommodate the fact that a lot of workers don't have an employer or don't have an employer for the whole of their career. So the advantages of non-contributory pensions, first of all, the social policy advantages, where the main advantages are adequacy and coverage. Non-contributory pensions strengthen poverty relief in terms of coverage and adequacy. They help to reduce inequality. There's a considerable gain in gender balance, which I will come back to. And there's broader social benefits, family poverty relief via grandma. So there are major advantages in terms of coverage and adequacy, but there are also advantages seen through the eyes of the Minister of Finance. You can control how much you spend on these benefits. There are three levers that policymakers can use. The level of the monthly pension first. Second, the age at which the benefit starts. If a generous benefit is too expensive at one age, then instead of starting it at 65, I could start it at 70. And a third lever is that it may be that not everybody gets a non-contributory pension. It may be that the best off don't. And there is good empirical evidence that this design works. In terms both of coverage, where the numbers in Latin America have gone from 1 million people in 2000 to 20 million people today, and there is powerful evidence of the extent to which the non-contributory pension introduced in Chile in 2008 has relieved poverty. So there are those advantages, but the wider advantages, as I've already mentioned, family relief via grandma, Nobel laureate in earlier research finds that girls who live with a grandmother who receives the pension are heavier than those who live with a grandmother who is not quite old enough to receive the pension. And a study of Brazil and South Africa found that that without non-contributory pensions, the poverty headcount and the poverty gap would be appreciably higher for households with lower people. So you've got a big agenda on poverty relief. But the welfare state isn't there just to relieve poverty. It's there for efficiency reasons as well as equity reasons. The welfare state exists not just to protect the poor, but to do things that private markets, for technical reasons, would do badly or not at all. And that framing applies to everything I'm going to say in the rest of this talk. Now, that then prompts the question, why might markets not do things efficiently? Well, there's imperfect information about complex products, for which the Nobel Prize was awarded in 2001. There is behavior that's different from economic rationality, addressed by the literature on behavioral economics, for which the Nobel Prize was awarded in 2002 and again in 2017. There are such frictions. If you lose a job, it takes time to find a new job. If you want to move house, it takes time to find a new house. Nobel Prize 2010. And then you've got technical problems like incomplete markets and incomplete contracts. Nobel Prize 2016. Now, why, you ask, am I going on about these Nobel Prizes? Well, to make the point that what I'm saying is not some strange, idiosyncratic Nick Barr or London School of Economics view of the world. It's rooted in the very best of modern economics. So one of the conclusions of that literature for pensions is that consumer choice in pensions is overrated. Consumers left to their own devices don't save enough, they retire too soon, they delay choice or make no choice, or they may have a pensions portfolio that they mentioned very badly. In addition, choice has high administrative costs. One of the few pieces of advice I'm prepared to give people on pensions is to point out that if your pension fund charges you 1% of your pension accumulation per year to manage it, then over a full career, your accumulation will be 20% smaller just because of that 1% charge, and hence your pension will be 20% smaller. So administrative costs matter. And in a situation where consumers are not well informed, and pension funds are, you've got a problem of what economists call asymmetric information. Firms may have high charges, they may offer biased advice. At worst, there are problems with fraud. So the implications for pension design that I'm going to mention very briefly now, because I'll come back to them tomorrow, is to make pensions mandatory or use automatic enrollment, to deliberately give people fewer choices and simple choices, to include a good default option so that a worker who makes no choice is automatically put into a portfolio that suits their age. And then there are various things that you need to do to keep administrative costs low. And I've got an example of that I will talk about tomorrow from the UK. Unusually, this is a design that the UK has got right. UK Nest Pensions, which is based explicitly on the implications in the previous slide. And they've got a great website. And the key elements are workers are automatically enrolled, they have limited choice, and you keep administrative costs low by centralizing a lot of the administration. So that's a brief look at the second agenda. The third agenda is improving horizontal equity, and this is particularly an issue of gender and family. And let me start off briefly just by talking about what the problem is. This is what my friends at the World Bank would call a factoid. The US Food and Drug Administration approved the first oral contraceptive on the 23rd of June 1960. In Japan, the birth control pill was not legalized until 1999, and in contrast, Viagra in Japan was approved for use in only 6 months and before the contraceptive pill. So you've got a real gender issue there illustrated by that. Now, why does improving gender equity matter? Well, one could argue it on the grounds of morality, which of course I do, but you can, even if you don't care about gender equity, you can say countries can't afford to waste talent, gender inequity wastes talent. So you can argue against it from very many points of view. Now, I've got several slides on the facts of gender inequity, and I'm not going to go through them now. I think we all know the multiple dimensions of gender equity, but it's important that they're listed. And of course, the COVID-19 pandemic made things worse by entrenching gender norms. So what can we do to improve gender equity? You know, we know the problems. What can we actually do about it? Well, you've got 3 interlocking agendas reflecting labour markets, pension design, and family. So legislation on equal pay, clearly issues like maternity and paternity rights, reporting requirements on pay, promotions and retention, policies that address impediments to hiring younger and older workers. So you've got a large labour market agenda. It's not enough just to say employers must treat women equally. There is a significant agenda. There is an agenda in terms of pension design, policies to improve contribution records, which include labour market institutions that make it easier for mothers to be employed, but also things like the availability of childcare in terms of quality, affordability, hours of operation and location. A second element of pension design is to have a common pension age and more generally common rules for pension eligibility and determination of benefits. And I've put on this slide a link to a marvellous paper by a group of LSE students on a specific, clearly worked out proposal for the equalisation of retirement age across genders in Chile. Includes things like requiring the use of joint life tables for mandatory annuities and making sure that after the death of a breadwinner or after a divorce, that there are satisfactory arrangements, pension arrangements for surviving spouses. The agenda for family, I've already mentioned child benefit. If that's paid to the mother, it's more likely to be spent on the child. Childcare and labour markets, clearly having adequate childcare that fits labour markets is important to make it easier for women to have paid employment. And I've mentioned non-contributory pensions also have a role. Pensions received by older women in South Africa lead to heavier children, healthier children. And there's research that found that expansion of pension coverage in Brazil increased school enrollment, particularly for girls. So there is a big Agenda 3 on horizontal equity, particularly gender equity. The fourth agenda is on improving intergenerational equity, and a hugely important element there is human and physical capital. So, as I said earlier, the welfare state doesn't exist it doesn't exist only to protect the poor. It is an active and essential ingredient in promoting economic growth. This is a quote from a study from the International Monetary Fund, quote, lower net inequality is robustly correlated with faster and more durable growth. Second quote, economic development depends on the skills of each society, which means that high quality, equitable education is paramount. So how is it that the welfare state assists growth? Well, human capital, investing in people's skills, is increasingly important. If you expand access to basic education and health services, that increases the stock of human capital in the country. If you reduce inequality in education and health outcomes, that reduces inequality of opportunity and income. And so access to education and health services matter, again, not only for equity reasons, but also for efficiency reasons. And Michael Marmot will be talking about important aspects of access to health and healthcare tomorrow. But it's not just human capital that's important for economic growth, it's also income transfers. A hungry child will not learn well. We have, shamefully in Britain at the moment, children who turn up at school hungry and teachers are having to feed them to help them learn properly. So the key point is these things matter for economic growth, not just for poverty relief. So the conclusion is that over a broad range of redistribution, the argument that you've got somehow to choose between economic growth and social benefits is there isn't a trade-off. They both go in the same direction. And more strongly, well-designed, sustainable social policy assists growth. So let's come on to human capital. Technical change is driving up the demand for skills, which means you need more training, more diverse training, and repeated training because skills go out of date more quickly. And there's no sign that these trends are slowing. So this slide for the OECD shows, the green line shows a rising demand for high-level problem-solving skills. The black line shows a declining demand for medium to low-level problem-solving skills, and sort of low-skilled people demand is fairly static. So you've got changing demand for skills. In meeting those demands, a crucial element is early child development. There is high-grade medical research producing powerful evidence that a child's first 1,000 days from conception to age 2 strongly influence their life chances. There's evidence on critical developmental windows. You can now give cognitive tests to babies aged 22 months. In England, babies born in August do less well in school than babies born in September, and that effect lasts right the way through to university entrance. And I mentioned that as a cue, as a teaser for Q&A. If anybody wants to come back to that, I'm happy to explain that research and the reasoning behind it. Early child development, crucially important, multiple dimensions. This is a slide, this is Harvard neuroscience. This shows the pink blob, shows how much of a child's cognitive abilities, plural, develop in the first 12 months of life. So that's the neuroscience. This schematic shows the economics. And what the grey bar on the left shows is that the highest return to investment is prenatal, and that ages 0 to 4, the returns to investment are very high. The returns decline as the child gets older. Yet, as you look across countries, spending gets higher as children get older. And that can't be efficient. If the highest returns are on early child development, that's where one ought to be spending more. And this quote, I won't read it all, this is from James Heckman, another Nobel laureate. The highest rate of return in early childhood development comes from investing as early as possible from birth through age 5 in disadvantaged families. So there is a huge agenda there. And there is a natural experiment in Brazil where a shortage of childcare spaces for 0 to 3-year-olds led the government in Brazil in 2007 to ration places by lottery, which created a natural experiment for researchers. And what they found was the impact was big. The winning households had that's the households where they won a place, a childcare place, had higher incomes over the next 2 years, partly because the parents could work, but also because the grandparents were able to continue to work. And as a result, you had taller, heavier children. So this stuff really matters. So what does the evidence on early child development tell us? Well, the message from the neurological evidence is to invest early, and the message from the economic evidence is to invest early. So human capital investment across all the age ranges, but with particular emphasis on early child development, really matters. But there is another hugely important aspect of intergenerational equity, and that's climate change. What sort of planet are we going to leave to our children or grandchildren? And it's beyond the scope of this lecture to talk about that, but too important not to mention in the context of intergenerational equity. And this is an example of multiple market failures. And again, I'm not going to go through these in detail, but just to say there are technical reasons why markets systematically will get things wrong. Where you have commodities where the necessary conditions for markets to work well hold, markets are brilliant. Smartphones, low-cost airlines, food, etc. Markets work really well for a whole lot of things. But there are reasons why they work well for those things, and those reasons explain why they work badly for other things. Those reasons are referred to collectively as market failures, externalities where every time any of us switches on the light, that increases carbon emissions, which affects the life of the planet for everyone else. There's uncertainty. We don't know how quickly new technological developments are going to come into play. There's imperfect information, there's lack of awareness about technologies. If you want to invest in a green fund, how can you be sure it is genuinely a green fund? So there is a huge agenda on defining what we mean by green funds, regulating, auditing, etc. And you've then got what's called a time inconsistency. Companies make profits now by burning fossil fuels, and the costs of what they do don't happen until the future. And the whole problem here is inadequate account is taken of the future. So in the face of those problems, there are two mechanisms that policymakers can use to make people act more efficiently. You can regulate things, or you can create incentives, or you can do both. You need many policies to address this. If my fairy godperson allowed me only one, it would be to introduce a carbon tax. If people paid the efficient price for the use of carbon, this would be an important step in the right direction. So let me wind up. What does this tell us about an overarching strategy? I've already mentioned the world has changed. Changes in work, changes in family, changes in skills. And a particularly relevant aspect of that is increased diversity and fluidity of labour market relations. In around 1950, social policy in Europe assumed that people would have long-term, full-time employment contracts. Today, that's true of fewer people, part-time, self-employed, zero-hour contracts, the gig economy, etc. And that change is true, that this increased fluidity is true both in OECD countries and in low and middle income developing countries. So the key strategic conclusion is that the design of welfare states suitable for the rest of the 21st century needs to recognize that in advanced economies, fluid labor market relations will persist, and in low and middle income developing countries, informality won't disappear. So this idea that one can go back to Europe 1950, that ship has sailed, that world is no longer with us. So my final slides remind us that a strategy is a series of policies which are designed to be mutually reinforcing in pursuing stated objectives. And a strategy for reducing inequality involves policies to reduce to improve vertical equity, in particular poverty relief, policies to make it easier for workers, particularly low-income workers, to save for their old age, policies to increase horizontal equity, notably relating to gender equity, and policies to improve intergenerational equity, including, as I've mentioned, early child development. Why does this matter? Well, to end where I pretty much began, yes, we may well believe for moral reasons that these are important objectives. But my argument is, as well as that, even if you didn't care about equity, these things are necessary to promote vibrant, growing economies. Now, one of the most important lessons I learned during my time on leave from LSE at the World Bank was that strategic policy design, the sort of things that academics like me do, is the easy bit. The hard part is making it work in practice. both politically and technically. So setting out the strategy is the easy part. The hard part is engendering sustained political support. So my good wishes to all of you in countries in the region for getting the political support to make these very important changes happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Barr. Muchísimas gracias por esa presentación.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for being perfectly on time with the time that was allocated to you. Now, before we open up the floor for a Q&A session for the questions that we have received via the chat, we would like to remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation. If you don't have your receivers, please obtain them, and likewise for those online. And for those of you that wish to ask questions from the floor here, we could accept one or two. I would like to begin by highlighting this important contribution made with regards the roads ahead and specific policies in order to make headway with the construction and development of a welfare state in our region. In some cases, for countries that are more or less developed. And now this approach of intergenerational solidarity, of the way to make progress in the extremes of the life cycle, so which is something that we are promoting as from ECLAC with a tremendous force, both via contributive and non-contributory pensions, and also through the fundamental contribution made during early childhood among boys, girls, and teenagers, and of course caring for cross-cutting elements that must be implemented for the intergenerational reduction of poverty and inequality, such as gender differences, for example. And therefore, whilst we receive questions that may come from the room here, I would like to mention some of the questions that we have received online. I will mention or read out three questions so that perhaps they could be answered together, and then we'll open up the floor for questions from the room here. Professor Barr, which countries would you say are appropriate examples or better examples in order to reduce social inequalities in developing countries? And also, what policies would you suggest for single mothers with young children, women that have to work all day and have no one to care for the children, nor can they pay for care services? There is also a question that I will ask in English.
As, for example, life expectancy. If high-income people live more, lower-income people live less. How pension systems should integrate this fact? How pension systems should correct it? Quisiera responder ahora o elaborar sobre esto.
Now I would like you to answer those questions, and we'll see whether there are more questions, because I still have one additional question from the chat. Thank you.
Okay, well, which countries offer good examples in reducing inequality? I mean, I'm not sure that in terms of low and middle income developing countries, I want to pick out any one particular one. I think it's more important to look at policies that work and offer the prospect of reducing inequality. I mean, the non-contributory pension in Chile is one example. Bolsa Familia in Brazil is another. So, I mean, since inequality is high throughout the region, clearly there is a large agenda still to be done. And I think rather than looking at countries, different countries put together different elements and give them different emphases, and in some ways looking at the examples of works well in the region, and then seeing which institutions from other countries that doesn't exist in your country could be introduced in a form suitable to your country, I think would be the way that I would suggest taking that forward. Policies for single mothers. Well, if we, looking at it from the point of view of the Ministry of Finance, children are the future labour force. I'm going to pretend to be a cynical economist here. Children are the future labour force. Investing in them is important for economic growth. I saw with our grandchildren how small children can absorb an infinite amount of stimulation, interaction. And there's huge evidence from countries like Colombia and Jamaica of the importance of those early child interventions. Now, where you've got two parents and grandparents, the family can do it. Where you've got a single mother, that might not be possible. And this is where childcare comes in. And the question referred to, how can single mothers afford childcare? The answer is most countries provide free primary education. They should provide free nursery education. Maybe not for everybody, some people can afford to pay for it, but a basic level of childcare should be available, and this should be regarded not only to protect the human rights of the single mother, but it should be seen as an investment in the nature's future. The third question on life expectancy, this is a tough one. Richer people live longer than poorer people on average, and in many countries the gap is getting wider. It's a horrible problem. It's not a problem that can be solved quickly. And what pensions can do, I'm not sure pensions can do much to solve the problem, but they can at least recognize it. And one way you can do that is, in some countries, the age at which you become eligible for pension is after, let's say, 40 years in the labor force. Now, people who with less education go into the labor market earlier, and hence they have completed whatever the target number of years of service earlier, and therefore can get their pensions earlier than somebody like me who spent years and years being a graduate student and hence didn't enter paid employment until well into my mid-20s. So that's an imperfect way, but at least it starts to address the fact that poorer people have shorter lives. Another thing you can do is to do what they've done in the United States, where the formula for the federal Social Security pension gives more dollar per contribution. So there gives more dollars of benefit per dollar of contribution for lower income workers than higher income workers. So at least workers from low income backgrounds in their shorter average life expectancy get a higher pension per year for their contributions than richer people. Now, neither of those is perfect. They're highly imperfect, but at least they make a start. But the real policies for addressing the inequities in life expectancy by income level are exactly the sorts of policies that I've been talking about this morning. You need broad social policy interventions for equity reasons as well as for efficiency ones.
Thank you very much, Professor Barr. Tenemos dos.
Let's see, we have two questions at least from the room, three questions. So we will first of all ask Amalia Palma to ask her question. Amalia, please. Thank you, Claudia, and thank you, Professor, for this very interesting and very good intervention that leads us to think about policies living in a region with high levels of inequality. It is one of the highest of the world in that sense. And I have two questions. First of all, I would like to benefit from the teaser and know what happens in August. I think it has to do with the holiday period, but I would like to know the reasons for these differences in the final performance of boys and girls. And a question that I would also like to make refers to how to soften consumption. We are experiencing a digital transformation, and so I'm concerned with the way in which the digital economy or the democratization of digital finances via these new applications, new banks and so on, enables on the one hand to soften consumption because it enables people to gain access to new income sources. But how could that also impact the levels of inequality over time? I don't know whether you have analyzed that in this sense, how these changes are also impacting inequality levels in all countries. Those are my questions. Thank you very much. Let's see, the person there, please introduce yourself. Good morning. My name is Alexandra. At present, I'm an academic at University Bernardo Higgins, and I'll ask in English.
social protection system adapt to a new form of employment, such as gig and remote work, to reduce economic inequality in the context of the digital economy.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Muy relacionado también.
Thank you. I have a third question from the room, but before that, I would like to tell Professor Barr that there is also a question linked to this related to investment in early childhood as something crucial for intergenerational inequality. Aware that the return of labor training is lower, what do you think about about lifelong learning policies and their inclusion in social protection systems in order to support people, especially within a context of transition? If you are okay, I'll accept the last question from the room from our Director of Social Development Division, Alberto Arenas, and then I'll offer you the floor again, Professor. Professor Barr, first of all, it's an enormous pleasure to listen to your keynote speech. You concluded your presentation. The last phrase of yours was setting out the strategy is the easy part, and the hard part is an agenda of sustained political support. And I would like you to dwell a little bit deeper on the need to invest in the institutional framework, governance, and the capabilities of the political economy in order to promote these public policies that face up to the challenge of inequality and poverty in the region. Thank you, Professor.
Much. August babies, it's actually quite simple. In England, a child was, the law was a child started school on the 1st of September after their 4th birthday. So a child born in late August is just 4 years old when they start. A child born on the 2nd of September is nearly 5. That's 25% of developmental difference. Our oldest grandchild is an August baby, and he's got supportive parents and grandparents, and he's bright. But he would come back from school every day absolutely exhausted. He just didn't have the stamina. Now, you might think, well, this will come out over a few years. It doesn't. It persists. And the evidence was so powerful that they changed the law to say that a parent of a baby born in July or August was allowed to delay the start, their child's start of education. On digital finances, as both an opportunity, new sources of income, but a threat in terms of rising inequality, it's not an area I've studied, so I've got no solutions, but it's clearly important. The world is changing. Regulation and taxation doesn't keep up, but it should do the best it can. So it's the sort of thing where one needs to recognize the opportunities, but where threats manifest themselves, one then needs to think, what is the appropriate policy intervention? Is it regulating how these things work? Is it subsidizing the incomes of some people? Is it taxing certain activities? You've got a range of different types of government intervention, and which one you choose depends on your diagnosis of what the cause of the problem is. So, yes, hugely important question. Answers, keep watching and be thoughtful in addressing them. Social protection in the gig economy. Well, if a worker doesn't have an employer, there isn't a record of contributions via the employer. There is no, employer doesn't collect the worker contribution, and the employer, there's no employer contribution, which is exactly the argument for the importance of non-contributory pensions and child benefit, where at least part of social benefit is not based on a person's earning record. And when I first met Alberto 20 years ago, this was when Chile was thinking about introducing a non-contributory pension. And informality, yes, non-contributory pensions address informality, but the same mechanism also addresses things like zero-hour contracts, the gig economy, etc. So I think that's an important part of it. If you want to encourage workers in the gig economy to save for their old age, that then gets you into very different territory. In particular, you can use nudges and apps whereby a person, a fraction of a worker's bill at the supermarket can be transferred to their pension fund. There was an experiment in Britain, Starbucks. If you went into Starbucks and ordered a latte, which cost $4.20, you would be charged $5 and the 80 cents would be sent automatically to your pension fund. So these are early experimental days, but there are things like that that you can do. Lifelong learning as part of social protection. Again, the world has changed. The time was when people got their training and skills when they were young, and those skills would last them for the whole of their working life. Today, knowledge is changing so fast, skills go out of date more quickly, so people need not only training, but retraining. So lifelong learning is not only a desirable part of social protection, broadly defined, it is an essential part of it, because just as you need to invest in people's skills across the life cycle. With people living longer, one of the responses is they need to work longer, but they need the skills to be able to do that. So investing in the skills of older workers is also important. Right, sustained political support. I was going to say, if we knew the answer to that, then probably none of us would need to be here because we would have solved all those problems. I think what I would say is it's not just having good political economy institutions, though they do help. But let me come at this a little bit sideways. Some of you may have heard there has been a big scandal in the United Kingdom because the system used by the post office computer had bugs in it, and a lot of postmasters, a lot of people running post office were imprisoned for fraud when they weren't being fraudulent at all. It was the software, and the post office hid the fact. These facts had been known for quite a while. They'd been in the serious press, they'd been on serious television programs. Then came a program called Mr. Bates and the Post Office that looked at the lives of 4 individual postmasters and personalized it and grabbed people by the emotions. And there was then such a political storm that the government had no choice but to act, and to act fast and to do the right thing, which they should have done a lot earlier. So what I would say is the sorts of things I've been talking about, this is me as an elderly professor of economics talking to a bunch of interested, educated people. One needs television series that take these ideas, personalize them, individualize them, to get people engaged that the welfare state isn't some waste of money for idle people. This is what's going to make your children and grandchildren productive and happy. So I think you need, as my political partner in crime in Britain used to say, never mind the politicians, it's the electorate that matters. So I think you need things to get to the electorate alongside the serious things that ECLAC is doing.
Thank you so much, Professor Barr, por compartir esas reflexiones.
For having shared all those ideas. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time to continue with the panel of Q&A. I know there is a question, but please, during coffee time, address Professor during the coffee. And also, there are 2 more questions in the chat, Professor, that I will mention them in order as to the role of taxes in the reduction of inequalities in developing countries. And also about this model of the pension systems. Is it obsolete? Has it expired? And what's the model to be followed in the medium and long-term future? And that question will be also for tomorrow's panel on inequality and pension systems. So I would like to ask for a heartfelt applause for Professor Barr for his presence, his contribution, his words. Thank you, Professor, for your emphasis, for all the reflections and thoughts you've shared about the importance of the welfare state, that it's crucial, very much aligned with the ideas of ECLAC. And we have an evaluation survey for those who only stay in this session. Please answer it. The earphones will be available in the room. Please leave them here in the room for simultaneous interpretation during this session. And we'll have a coffee that will last until 11:20 for to be back at that time. Thank you, Professor Barr. We'll see you then. morning.
Buenos días nuevamente, les invitamos a tomar asiento para...
Good morning. We invite you to resume and take your seat.
En esta sesión ahora vamos a tener una intervención.
In this session, we'll have an intervention from Ambassador Paula Narvaez, President of the ECOSOC of UN since July 2023, Permanent Ambassador and Representative before the UN since July 2022. She was participated in UN Women and Public Positions in Chile, Secretary General Minister of Government between 2016 and 2018. Has a master's in Latin American Studies by Georgetown University and licensed in psychology from Andrés Bello University here in Chile. Ambassador Narvaez will speak now about the the second Social Development Summit that will be held in 2025. The idea is that the ambassador will tell us about the characteristics, the challenges, and opportunities we have as a region in order to be part of this very important summit and bring to the table the characteristics. Paula, please, you are recognized. Hopefully you can hear me well in Santiago. I want to thank warmly ECLAC and the organizers, all the organizers of this seminar, for this invitation. I would have wanted to be in person in Santiago, as I had told Alberto Arenas, but we do have a delegation headed by the foreign minister of Chile in the UN. But I can be connected in this very important seminar. I will proceed to share with you some notes that are an approach in this path to the Social Summit of 2025. But evidently it takes place in a context of other UN processes at global and regional levels. Notes are not that exhaustive of everything you would like to address, especially because of the complex fabric in which we are all involved today. But it's important to say a few thoughts that will allow me to accompany this implementation process. We can have more conversations, and we will, from here to 2025, in the framework of what a process to the Social Development Summit of the year is. As you know, and surely ECLAC has addressed this historically. It is a benchmark, a reference center from public policies at regional level, but also to accompany the strategic thinking of Latin America. We know that inequality is increasing in many places in the world, jeopardizing and threatening a growing number of people with the real possibility of staying behind. even those that had overcome that position have gone back to a situation of greater difficulty and greater inequality. In Latin America and the Caribbean, there were many countries that had a reduced inequality from 2005 to 2010, and it has increased again because we know that the COVID-19 pandemic impacted them especially. Therefore, also climate change and technological innovation, geopolitical conflicts, they are all contributing to increase inequality in the countries and also among them.
Today, for example, we heard about the South Sudan situation and how the conflict in Ukraine has also further worsened the food security context in that country. Now, this is just one of the consequences of how conflicts have a direct impact on countries' lives. Now, despite the negative impact of these negative trends, and also ECLAC has said this on many occasions, that this is not irreversible. I believe we need to focus on those aspects that will allow us to move forward, because we cannot simply hold in our hands this catastrophic analysis and hope. Now, these megatrends may be managed in order to ensure that the challenges we face, that the negative impacts of these challenges be reduced, and that the benefits may be broadly distributed. Social protection policies, including social protection thresholds, are helpful because they help soften the negative impacts in the households. They also provide income security during normal contexts in life. Appropriate income security and access to quality public services throughout one's lifetime fosters social mobility and social progress. Also, they reduce inequality, boost productivity, and favor changes in behavior towards a healthier life and long-term planning and asset accumulation. I apologize for the interruption. I just saw on the screen that we have the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, as well as Alberto Arenas in the room, and I wanted to greet them. Now let me go back to my presentation. Now, social protection, I was saying, is crucial. It's important to view it as a human right. It is an enabling factor of the 2030 agenda. Now, even though countries have made progress with regard to reinforcing and creating social protection systems, only 30% of the world population actually enjoys comprehensive coverage. Now, despite the numerous benefits and the growing need to better tackle the emerging and existing challenges such as poverty, inequality, gender inequality, for example, and growing aging population, the digital era and its impact, climate crisis, etc. More than 4 billion individuals globally have to fight for themselves without a social protection system that backs them up. Now, there are on-site systems, social protection systems. Often the impact is minimal. For example, there are social protection systems that continue to be precarious, incipient, and do not provide any real guarantee of social protection. Now, the underinvestment in social protection, or the existence of social protection regimes or that are precarious, or the high level of informality of the labor market, are examples of poor systems. Now, there are some countries where social protection is guaranteed by law. There are still economic and social disadvantages that limit access to social protection systems. Young people, women, members of ethnic minorities, and migrants are underrepresented in the formal economy, where social protection, and they're in the informal market where social protection is primarily inexistent. there are other conditions that make it difficult for them to have access to these services. For example, especially for those the indigenous groups and other minorities, having long-term sustainable social protection systems calls for incorporating these in national legislation and national development systems. Also, they call for having shared understanding among all the different key stakeholders, and they need to include rights, legitimate rights, and aspects that are easily understood by the population. Third, they should secure coverage of the key needs for all throughout their entire life cycle. And fourth, they should provide regulated, predictable, and standard contributions or benefits. In order to significantly reduce inequalities and foster inclusion, the countries would have to increase investment in social protection and maintain these over economic cycles. Now, an effective way to gather funds for social protection is by expanding the tax base. Of course, this is something that is subject to debate. Having a progressive fiscal system with clearly defined distributive goals that are backed by this concept of solidarity, that's essential as well to reduce wealth concentration and income inequality. Governments could also consider different alternatives to prioritize existing public spending. For example, many countries around the world spend more on the defense sector than they do on social protection. Regarding this, I would like to underscore the ties between the fourth UN Conference on Funding for Development and the second summit on World Summit on Social Development. It's crucial to draw the ties between both of these multilateral processes underway. In fact, it's not just the outcome of the SDGs from last year and the financing on the summit on financing for development and the summit to be held in September this year. It's not just that. It's important to prepare. This is important for the groundwork for going forward. But we also have the statement of ECOSOC relative to the future of work that we heard in ECLAC this year. Dear colleagues, participants at this seminar, the first World Summit held for social development held in Copenhagen adopted the Copenhagen Statement on Social Development and the Program of Action. That summit strongly situated individuals and their well-being at the heart of development, with the objective of having societies that are fair, stable, and inclusive for all. We know the context in 1995 globally was quite different from the current context we face today. But today, given the context we face, we must be able, as the international community, to address these issues, and they must be at the heart of our discussion. The Copenhagen Summit identified the three key objectives of development. For example, they talked about promoting social justice and public social goods as something essential for having a social perspective of development, just like the role of social policies in securing these objectives. And that's something that we need to update today with regard to the groundwork for the 2025 World Summit on Social Development. Now, these principles did have an impact and continue to have an impact today decisively on the SDGs and on the 2030 agenda. And with regard to the 16 SDGs adopted by the member states of the UN. Now, the 2030 agenda has maintained this the principles of the Copenhagen Declaration and is committed to fostering social development for all in the three different dimensions: economic, social, and environmental, in a comprehensive fashion. The 2030 agenda also reflects the values of social justice and inclusion by committing to leaving no one behind as one of the key principles of the spirit that is behind the SDGs. Now, with the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, social development has become an integral part of the development process instead of having simply been relegated to as a second priority. It could have been replaced by economic priorities. Now, at the SDG summit, the states parties reiterated their commitment to inclusion, resilience, and justice, three qualities that are key to a sound social dimension of sustainable development and of this principle of leaving no one behind. Now, the second World Summit for Social Development is a key pillar, is part of our collective efforts to the big push that will accelerate development and the application 2030 agenda. Now, based on the outcomes of the SDG summit and the summit of the future for this year, as well as the fourth summit on financing for development, the social development summit could bring about concrete commitments towards expanding social protection and having integrated social policies with a view to reducing inequality, boosting resilience to crises, securing decent work, eradicating poverty, while also improving the well-being of all. The second World Summit for Social Development in 2025 may mobilize political will that is necessary to reinforce the social dimension of sustainable development. It has the potential to renew the commitments to increasing investment in human capital, in social protection, and in decent work, and thereby creating resilience to adopt changing technologies and to face the negative impacts of climate crisis in order to secure progress. An important aspect towards the World Summit is the importance of care systems for the sustainability of our planet and our lives. At ECOSOC, we have taken this on as a priority task. At the 15th conference, Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and Caribbean region, ECLAC members agreed to the Buenos Aires commitment to transition towards the economy of care as something positive in working towards the SDGs, thereby prioritizing sustainability of life on the planet and recognizing care as a right of individuals to care for, to be cared for, and to self-care. As a region, as the LAC region, we should be proud to have a roadmap that will towards a care economy, and that will allow us to work towards the 2025 LAC summit, but also within the framework of the Second World Summit for Social Development. This summit is an opportunity to regain trust in public institutions, and including the multilateral system and national governments, and the trust that we all have in each other. It's an opportunity to renew this concept of solidarity and commitment, and to foster the necessary collective actions that will help us face the multiple challenges. Now, when we listen to individuals, to their response, and when we link the existing contexts and realities of individuals with the Second World Summit, we believe this is our way to reaffirm the human-centered development approach. With a great deal of respect, I would like to make an appeal to the UN bodies to support inclusive dialogue and consultation processes with the multiple stakeholders at the national, regional, and global levels, all as part of the groundwork for the summit. I would like to appeal to have consultations among the various stakeholders and have the consultative technical sessions. All of this will help shape the groundwork for the political declaration. As always, I would like to wish you a very fruitful discussion, and I'm very honored to be part of this discussion regionally. I'm honored to be part of this region, and as such, I have a particular concern and affection for Latin America and the Caribbean, and I am proud to take advantage of this opportunity to connect the various global summits and to make this a new benchmark for this new social commitment, and to have an integrative global approach that will allow the population globally to better tackle the challenges we face. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, embajadora.
Thank you, Ambassador Narvaez, for your presentation. I would like to mention to the participants that Ambassador Narvaez has been a major promoter of this process. In fact, she's partially responsible for why we're talking about these topics today and while the world is talking about this World Summit for Social Development. And it's nice that she has pointed out the historical ties between what has happened in the past and the summit. The summit did not just emerge out of nowhere, but it is the result of the eradication of poverty, the social protection, and the role that social protection plays there, and the various challenges we face. So she has, Ambassador Narvaez has shed a great deal of light on this, and she has also mentioned opportunities and challenges. We have opportunities and challenges to continue delving deeper into this agenda, to go beyond what we do here in this room, and to be able to see the results, as Professor Barr mentioned. And these results will also allow for better political will and allow us to go beyond the technical discussion, but have the political will for true actions within this rights-based social protection system.
El desafío
In that sense, we take on board the challenge of preparing the summit. As from ECLAC, we are working together with the Social Development Conference in order to highlight or to bring forth the voice of the region. And in that sense, we welcome our next participant, Minister Javier Toro, as president of the Regional Conference on Social Development, where we connect the work undertaken by countries with what we're discussing here, and that is the link that we want to establish here. I would like to again thank Ambassador Narvaez for delivering this very enlightening presentation, which encourages our discussions. And now to continue with the high-level panel, and for that purpose, I would like to offer the floor to Daniela Truco, who will act as moderator of this panel. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Good morning or good afternoon, practically, to all those present here and also connected online, especially the authorities that accompany me in this high-level panel. Minister Jose Wellington Barroso de Araujo Diaz, Minister of Social Development of Brazil, who accompanies us online. Minister Javier Toro, Minister of Social Development and Family of Chile. Zaida Rovira, Minister of Economic and Social Inclusion of Ecuador, and Andrea Costa Freda, who is Program Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of Oxfam Interbon. Thank you very much for being here. In this panel, we will be dealing with the issue of inequality, mobility, and social cohesion, rights and public policies. As mentioned during the inauguration by the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Latin America faces a development crisis that involves three traps: a low growth trap, a high inequality trap, and a trap which involves a low institutional capability and ineffective governance. In this seminar, we seek to deal with the high gaps and inequalities in multiple dimensions faced by the region and the challenges that implies for social protection. In this panel, we hope that you, authorities present, may be able to share your perspectives with regards to the critical challenges resulting from inequalities in our region related to the exercise of rights and social policies. Each panelist will have 10 to 15 minutes maximum for their presentation. I would like to offer the floor, first of all, to Minister Wellington from Brazil. Please go ahead, Minister. We want to listen to your perspectives about this issue, and it would be especially relevant for you to mention the expressions of inequality in hunger and poverty issues and the global alliance strategy that Brazil is promoting in G20.
Good morning. I would like to greet my dearest friend Javier Toro, and I'm sorry that the audio has been interrupted. Very well. Once more, good morning. I'd like to greet the those who participate in this session, my dear Daniela from ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, dear Javier Toro, and Andrea Costa Preda, Alberto Arenas. I also am very pleased to greet all participants in this event. Let me start out by thanking Dr. Laisa Brown, who works with me in the CARE policy department. As I said, I'd like to thank the organizers of this event for the invitation to be here. Even though I have not been able to be there physically in presence, it is still an honor for me to be here through virtual means with my colleagues, ministers, in order to share experiences and reflections on what is currently happening in our region. I especially would like to greet the colleagues from this panel. My dear Javier Toro, Social Development Minister from Chile, Zaida Jovira, the Minister of Economic Inclusion from Ecuador, Andrea Costa Freda, Director of Oxfam Program for Latin America and the Caribbean, my friend Alberto Arenas from ECLAC, and our moderator, Daniela Truco, also from ECLAC. The mission of the Social Development Ministry from Brazil is that of promoting well-being and social inclusion to all citizens, fighting poverty and inequality, and ensuring that all Brazilians will have access to basic and needed services so as to have a decent life. I believe that all representatives from the same ministries here present also share that mission in your own countries. As we all know, Latin America now is facing diverse challenges in the development process. Aside from low growth rates, high levels of inequality, and low institutional capabilities, our region also has to deal with other complicated issues at present, such as environmental vulnerability, which is a constant concern in view of the richness of sensitive ecosystems and the need to balance economic growth with the preservation of the environment. We are right now in Brazil dealing with floods in the south of the country, mainly in Rio Grande do Sul state. We have droughts in the Amazons and fires at the Pantanal region. This shows the tremendous challenge we're facing. Political instability, economic fluctuations that are frequent and that affect the trust of investors in our economies and the capability to implement structural reforms. Demographic challenges, the aging of a population and migration also bring in this scenario in the region. It just so happens that the pandemic made things even worse, affecting our economies, public health, and social well-being. Latin America has faced a tremendous setbacks in talking about human development, inequality, demanding coordinated joint response. Yes, indeed, we do know that these multiple crises, including climate change, conflicts, and the effects of COVID-19, have made our situation even more complicated. But it's time now to start pointing our fingers to the complexities and start acting. Getting rid of hunger and poverty is not that difficult or that expensive. It is must be done through the promotion of other SDGs, and that we will be able to mitigate and avoid current and future crises, control uncontrolled migration, and renew the trust in political and democratic institutions. I think that we must build a relationship between economic development and we can improve this, and in turn we will improve all SDGs. We in taking up our ministry in January of this year, found different distortions in our single cadastre in Brazil. That was due to the paralyzation of the review process because of the pandemic and also because of the negligence of the previous administration. Different programs were discontinued or their budget was reduced. Social councils that had been oversighting this were closed down. Brazil, as part of Latin America, was not immune to the pandemic. Between 2020 and 21, 11.7 million Brazilians entered poverty. The groups most affected were the Afro descendants and the population from the north and northeast of the country. And we had a setback of 22.5% in terms of human development, going back to levels of 6 years ago. Under President Lula, we have implemented positive changes such as the structuring of the new Bolsa Familia program, introducing new conditions and rules in the permanency. This has created promising results. We have gone back to a coherent strategy to get Brazil out of the hunger map with the No Hunger Brazil plan. This includes components such as the new Bolsa Familia, supporting family agriculture, going back to the social participation councils, including the Nutritional and Food Security Council, the program for the purchase of foodstuff, the Safra plan, the presence of the Safra plan, as I was saying, that, and the support to the enterprising people. And we're now seeing results. Recent research from IBG shows that in just 1 year of the current administration, with these new policies, we have been able to reduce from 24 million persons who are no longer facing food insecurity. That is a reduction of 74% vis-a-vis 2022. We believe that we will certainly be able to get rid of hunger in Brazil once more by 2026-27. We also have good news in terms of inequality. Gini index of individual income that measures inequality between persons has decreased from 0.95 to 0.90 in the first quarter of 23 up to 24. This is a good news. We have now reached the lowest level of inequality in Brazil ever. Brazil now has the opportunity to do a tax reform that will promote social justice. And this has been mentioned by President Lula. It's very important to include the poor people in our budgets and rich people in our income taxes. This fair perspective will be able to significantly reduce our disparities, strengthening social cohesion. Our productive system has a great potential for growth, especially in agriculture, bioeconomy, and informal services. These sectors, with the correct support, will become a trigger, strong trigger towards development, bring in more opportunities and equally labor conditions. We must invest in the economy for the poor because that is a source of jobs and income for the whole country. Informal labor markets that includes 40% of our workers is really an opportunity to create innovative solutions that will promote formality and that ensures social and economic stability. Inequality in Brazil is a complex challenge. It includes areas such as education, health, jobs, and basic services. But this complexity also brings in new opportunities to improve and to have more growth. Women, ethnic groups, Afro-descendants and indigenous groups are facing additional obstacles. But here we may concentrate our efforts to promote inclusion and equality, as well as the care policies. There are many fields where we must make headway with a new generation of social policies where exchanging experiences with countries in Latin America is of the utmost importance for us. Investing in the care economy is fundamental, especially considering the unequal impacts of pandemics over men and women. Policies that will value domestic work and the care of children and older persons, promoting equality and social development. And there we are developing our national care policy as of an interministerial group. And next week, President Lula is going to bring in this new system. We are working for more social protection, special protection, and weather agencies that will certainly have an impact. Adaptation to climate change goes through the implementation of social protection. It must be adaptive. Our ministry creates a program for the assistance of municipalities during emergencies, as we've just done in the regions that are suffering. Rio Grande do Sul, there we are attending more than 2 million persons, especially those who have been affected that require our support. By 2024, in Rio Grande do Sul, 165,000 persons have been benefiting from shelters. And this means that we must soon get ready for the new normality. Investing in policies for early childhood is crucial, ensuring that we have good nurseries. That is investing in the future. The child development during these initial stages means that well cared for children, stimulated children, will become more productive citizens in the future. Investing in job formality. Informality, as I already said, affects more than 40 million Brazilian workers, representing more than 36% of the labor force. We're now working together with the private sector in plans for entrepreneurship, ensuring legality and formality. We have already been successful. Last year, 9 million Brazilians in the single cadastre of Bolsa Familia gained formal jobs, and many others have become part of small workers. There are groups such as women, Afro-descendants must also be a part of this in order to have a more just country. We're also working on policies for the homeless. I think that this is something that we should work together to benefit from the experience of other countries. What leads persons to go out into the streets varies from person to person. We cannot have a single solution for all of them. Otherwise, we won't be successful in getting people out of the streets. Even though we do know what's worked in Brazil and in many other countries, we must have a coordinated action in order to improve that and to get these lessons to become adopted throughout the world, joining resources and knowledge where they are abundant, channeling them where they are more needed. We're trying to create the conditions so that the poor countries may themselves do this essential work. In order to promote this, President Lula, now as chair of G20, has proposed a global partnership against hunger and poverty. We hope that this will be launched during the G20 summit in November in Rio de Janeiro. And here I invite you so that all countries may be there together. This is not just for the G20 countries. This partnership promises to have more coherence between all of the players for the quick implementation and improvement of policies on behalf of the poor based on evidence so as to get SDG 1 and 2 once more on the right track. The full participation of the Latin American Caribbean countries will be fundamental. First, so that we may all benefit from the work of the global partnership through the dissemination of resources and knowledge for the implementation of good social policies. And those with most development will be able to help those with less development. Secondly, to contribute with their experience and knowledge in the implementation of many successful programs. Our region does have a state-of-the-art experience in many of these aspects, and that can be relevant for other regions. This global partnership will be formally launched well, and open to the participation of many other countries as of July 24. The idea is to get to November at the G20 summit with a strong participation of countries from all corners of the world. I do hope that we will have a very strong representation from Latin America and the Caribbean. Even though this is being managed by G20, this global partnership against hunger and poverty is an appeal to action of all countries, amongst all countries, international organizations, and civil society to concentrate efforts in order to speed up meeting SDGs 1 and 2. We do hope that by 2030 we will have good results. We hope to mobilize and coordinate resources to make that come true. And we take advantage of these opportunities before 2030 to better align resources to reduce fragmentation and support implementation in the poorer regions and countries with quality national policies that are made on evidence. Even though this may sound disheartening, still, we are sure that we promise that by 2015 we will be able to have a better world. Let us all join this global partnership against hunger and poverty. Thank you very much. I am privileged to be here working with you in this panel.
Muchas gracias, ministro, por su...
Thank you, Minister, for your words. And I'd like to, in emphasizing the crisis such as climate change and different conflicts, and also you've talked about the actions that Brazil is conducting with a comprehensive view on social protection. We know, Minister, that you have all the commitments and you must leave us. Thank you for being here with us. We thank the presence of Isa Brano, the Secretary of Care Policies. She will continue being with us in this panel. I'd like now to hand over to Minister Toro. I'm very thankful for your presence here. We would like you to describe the challenges that Chile is facing in territorial inequalities and the disasters we are facing here in this country. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues and ministers, authorities. It is indeed an honor for me to be here sharing reflections on the inequality in Chile, trends, and the implications for social development. Inequality is indeed a constant challenge, a diverse challenge for the region. And here in Chile, the inequality of income, as measured by Gini, has shown a certain stability during the last decade. But here, there are different dynamics that require further analysis. During the 90s, the income inequality in the country even though there were policies, economic policies that encouraged growth, still the income inequality had a strong increase, and not all population was equally benefited. Here, what was needed was a redistribution. Wealth was even more concentrated during those days. Then, as of 2000 and 2010, we witnessed a social policies that were implemented these years at the expense of access to education and health, direct money transfer to the poorer families, and the reduction of poverty had an important role in decreasing that inequality in income. But still, we saw an accrual of problems because of pending debates that still have not solved the inequalities in different sectors of our lives. That is still an ongoing challenge. COVID-19, as elsewhere, once more had a strong impact in the income inequality. The drop in incomes for lower income families, loss of jobs, reduction of economic activity brought in even more inequality. Cross-cutting agreements between different sectors permitted the state to act. And we can say that by 22, we saw a recovery in that inequality according to Gini, with levels similar to 2015. But, and here I must look at this into further detail, we still have not been able to fully change the negative impact of the pandemic. And that means that the indicators that show extreme inequalities, such as the ratio 10 and 20, have not gone back to the pre-pandemic levels. This is all very important to understand the depth of the inequality here, because there are disparities between the incomes, between wealthy households and poor households. The incomes in the poor have dropped, whereas in the wealthy, amongst the wealthy, they have been maintained or even gone up. This situation is also part of a world political instability, means that economic growth has come to a standstill in many countries. Inflation and drop in investment are also making things worse. Then we have other economic effects because of pandemic, less investment, and we also have had many natural disasters in the last decade. Indeed, the last decade is the decade with least average growth since the 50s. The labor markets in the region will continue facing a decrease in growth and the number of employed persons, as well as more unemployment and more labor informality. Low income families have not been able to recover, and that shows a structural weakness of our development model and the limits of our social protection policies. We must strengthen these mechanisms to face inequalities, adapting more ambitious policies to go towards a better welfare situation. Our country is one where inequality is relevant, both before the transfers and also after taxes and transfers, meaning that the fiscal policies and social protection and transfer policies are not being able to strongly decrease inequality. Before taxes and transfers, we have one of the greatest inequalities among those OECD countries, suggesting that income and wealth structures are concentrated, especially before government intervention. But after fiscal policies and transfer policies, there is still a strong difference. As we know, comparing this with countries that have been successful in so, they have been able to have a better Gini because of better policies. We must also consider the fact that the income inequality is not the only inequality we face here in Chile. This income disparity is also seen in other fields. CASEIN, that measures poverty here as of 22, about the multidimensional poverty, shows important differences between the different dimensions measured, such as education, health, labor, housing, and social cohesion. Well-being survey shows that these variables, according to social strata, means that there's a lot going on. We must tackle this inequality in a comprehensive way, considering different levels of well-being and everything that is behind the structural inequality. As we know, this is all related to low social mobility, as Great Gatsby curve shows, and high inequalities such as in Chile because of a limited generational mobility. This is also an issue in other countries in the region. As Daniela also said in the introduction, inequality in Chile also has a territorial strong component. Gaps between urban and rural areas, for example, and the makeup in income is strong. Urban households mainly depend on their own income, whereas the rural households depend more on state subsidies. That is, they are more vulnerable. And there are also territorial differences in communities showing inequalities. In 22, income uh, shows a strong difference of 6.5%, and the estimations we may have in communities show that 31 communities in 8 of our regions have poverty rates of more than 15%, and in 7 of these, that is even above 20%.
Y esto, por supuesto, nos muestra que
Of course, this shows us that there are districts in this country that have poverty levels that for quite a while we have considered unacceptable and that surpass our mean. And then there are other districts where we have poverty rates that are less than 1%. Now, addressing these territorial inequalities calls for a comprehensive integrated development approach that is able to differentiate the specific needs of each territory. It is also essential to implement policies that foster local economic development, that improve infrastructure and social but public services, and that foster social inclusion. And in that regard, a good example of a policy that we are implementing as a government is the Good Living Plan, which actually fosters and boosts investment in these areas of comprehensive economic territorial development. And in regions that have serious social development gaps in southern Chile are also facing cultural conflict. And we will continue to make progress as a government along those lines as well. Thus far, we have seen the various characteristics relative to the different social dimensions, the dimensions of social inequality in Chile. We have seen inequality in terms of income and multidimensional aspects. These have an impact on different dimensions, such as territorial inequality, the provision of health and basic services and education services. Now, these explain to a great extent the lack of overall well-being. We have not been able to transform this institutionally. There is the existence of different sectors within the economy and society that are dissatisfied, and we have not been able to do our best. And unfortunately, millions of Chileans have taken to the street, as we saw in 2019. Now, the political context may have changed in the most recent years. The demands expressed continue to be as valid as before, and make it a call upon us to address the structural aspects. We are addressing the structural aspects of growth in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we have seen that in order to make progress with regard to inequality, we need to improve the redistribution mechanisms. Of course, we need to do that, but we also need to make progress towards a new development model that is human or people-centered, that boosts competition and competitiveness and the sustainability of the Chilean economy, among other aspects. Now, this productive transformation, among other aspects, again, and here I would like to focus on what the current government is doing, should focus on care aspects as a key component of lifelong sustainability and economic sustainability. When we have data that show us that the unpaid care work may actually be may account for 20-25% of the GDP, we see that there are structural inequalities as well that have an impact on those individuals who work in the care economy. And by the way, most of these individuals are women. We see that there are demographic changes that are exacerbating this, and this could be a factor of greater inequality, but we could also view this as an opportunity to recognize care work as a social function that is actually the fourth pillar of social protection, and that may be one of the foundations of the new development model as we see it. To that end, we have to overcome this reactionary approach that social policies in Chile have adopted. They have been helpful in terms of reducing poverty and inequality, but we know it's not enough to face current challenges today or the future challenges, or to even meet the persistent social demands. Now, concrete initiatives. An example of a concrete initiative is the National Care and Support System, spearheaded by President Boric, and we have decided to implement the National Support and Care System, which is an intersectoral network designed to provide equitable comprehensive care to those who need care, such as young people, children, those who rely on others, and support to the caregivers. We are focusing on three different aspects of the rights to care, as Ambassador Narvaez mentioned: self-care, caring for others, and being cared for. And particularly when this goes for paid and unpaid care work. We're trying to make sure that this is a fourth pillar of the system of social protection, that education, health, social security, that it be as important as those three, that it be universal, and that it goes beyond government power, that it focuses on the three different levels of government, that is the central, regional, local levels, and that there be ongoing assessments of the system so that we may adapt to the changing needs of society. Globally, care systems have become essential for reducing poverty and inequality. These problems are even worse given the lack of care systems, and also as a result of demographic changes. And the lack of these services does not just increase the burden on the social welfare and health system, but they also bring about income inequalities and affect multiple dimensions of well-being. That's why our government is working on three areas. I will describe these. First, recognition through the program we set up in 2022. It's a registry of the care system. Two, providing more public services on this universal concept. We have seen that progressivity really relies on different levels of reliance and not so much on socioeconomic aspects. Thirdly, with making this system institutionalized under the national policy for support and care that the government is pushing through, and a law as well of this said system that recognizes the right to care. We have just submitted this as a bill to the National Congress last week, in fact. So the National Care and Support System, well, we hope it will be the foundation for another dimension of social protection, and will have a direct impact on one of the main causes of inequality. We hope that this will allow us to move towards a system that will guarantee the universal right to care, and bring about new opportunities to overcome poverty and to foster social protection for for the population and for the benefit of development. Finally, allow me to underscore, as we all know, social inequality has an impact on opportunities and development of certain groups within the population, has an impact on social cohesion as well. It's also important to remember that it has an impact on democratic governance, because when you have inequality that persists in different shapes and fashions, it's seen as unfair and has an impact on the state institutions. Therefore, adopting a new strategy is crucial, a crucial challenge for our democracy. To that end, allow me to share an important message with you. I know this is shared among many of us, and we recognize what ECLAC has done. But now within Chile and the presidency of the World Summit on Social Development, we reaffirm our commitment with the second World Summit on Social Development. The first one was held in 95, 30 years ago, and it was a significant landmark for multilateralism and focused on development that is people-centered. And the second summit is yet another opportunity to ratify our the existing commitment, and to do this within the current context. The chair is working on this common message in Latin America and the Caribbean, so that we, as preparatory work for the summit, we're working on a message relative to the need to work on policies that focus on reducing inequality. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ministra.
Thank you, Madam Minister, for referring to the income inequality trends in the short and long term by referring to fiscal policies and transfers to reduce this, and while at the same time underscoring the multidimensional aspects of inequality, the need to address these from a comprehensive perspective, and to and for pointing out what Chile is doing with regard to the policy relative to care, or the economy of care. Allow me to thank the more than 350 individuals who are joining us online. Now I would like to give the floor to Minister Rovira from Ecuador. Allow me to again thank you for your presence here and your interest in this seminar. We would like to also thank you for addressing the differential vulnerabilities of different groups within the economy. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. I would like to greet Alberto Arenas, Director of the Social Development Division of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and Jose Wellington Barroso, the Minister of Social Development of Brazil, Javier Toro, the Minister of Social Wellbeing in Chile, Andrea Cortés Freire, the Programmatic Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to greet all of you on behalf of Daniel Noboa, the President of Ecuador. Now today here we are together to address a topic that has become a social debt in our region. Social inequalities and the full exercise of rights, and the crafting of policies that allows citizens to actually exercise their rights, to enjoy their rights in the optimal, timely fashion. And I say it has become a debt because despite the efforts of our states, there are still significant gaps that have an impact on millions of individuals in the region. Inequalities are manifested in different situations. They make the population more vulnerable, and they have an impact on society. The lack of access and economic opportunities and the unequal distribution of resources are obstacles that we should overcome. Moreover, as everyone has already said, it is clear that at the heart of all these public policies should be the various cross-cutting variables such as gender, age, sexual orientation, inability, ethnic origin, and many other aspects. According to ECLAC, more than 200 million individuals in Latin America and the Caribbean live in poverty, and 82 million live in abject poverty. This reality has an impact on quality of life as well as the economic stability of our governments. In the case of Ecuador, 29 of 100 individuals live in poverty, and 8%, 8.10% of these live in extreme poverty. This is a tremendous reality that is furthered given the economic gaps inherited from previous governments, the social inequality gaps, for example, has an impact on a variety of different situations that make the population more vulnerable and have an impact on access to different services. Moreover, we see that it limits individuals' ability to have access to decent housing, work, etc. Wealth concentration is perpetuated and furthers social gaps.
The time has come to act, but to act in an interrelated fashion between states and the various stakeholders in society. The government of President Daniel Noboa, via the Minister of Social Inclusion that I represent, is committed with the creation of effective and timely mechanisms that promote, for example, the employment of young people. We promote ventures, and we seek to support the economic insertion of the most vulnerable part of our population, attacking social polarization. We prevent crime, creating opportunities in locations that have been traditionally excluded and invaded by organized crime. I would like to reflect here with regard to the situation of my country, Ecuador. We have several points in common, and we also face many common crises throughout the region. First of all, we haven't yet been able to face up to the disaster caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Poverty, extreme poverty, increased as a result of the whole situation that the whole world had to experience as a result of this pandemic. But in addition to all that, and also aligned with the stories that we have heard in Ecuador, we have suffered from several natural phenomena, which has meant that many people, thousands of people, change their living situation into poverty and extreme poverty overnight. I have just visited the central area of our country, where the landslides and the flooding as a result of rivers overflowing have left thousands of people without homes, without their businesses, and so on. In other words, has catapulted those people into extreme poverty. Likewise, the El Nino phenomenon that during the first months of our administration had a tremendous impact on us. So much so that we even had to increase the number of contingency bonds that were traditionally provided to our citizens as a result of these types of situations. But there is an additional problem, which is the one that is most deeply rooted and the one that causes most damage, and that highlights the social gaps that exist in our country. And that has to do with violence and organized crime. President Daniel Noboa has had to declare the internal armed conflict because thousands of our citizens, children, older persons with disability, and citizens at large that have had to face the extreme violence in our country. This violence has widened those gaps even more and has denied important sectors of my country the possibility of gaining access to basic services and to the exercise of their rights. We not only have to consider territorial distances, but also within populations that are urban populations, as in the cities of Guayaquil, Quito, but much more in Guayaquil, where we find large surface areas, populated areas, that are basically in the hands of criminal gangs, where the state has been absent for many years. And as a result of that, public policy, public social policy, is the policy that, first of all, is called upon to recover those spaces for the state. The presence of the state is fundamental in all corners of our territory, so that citizens may be able to exercise their rights and have and enjoy better opportunities in this sense, in order to strengthen that floor of rights and of social protection. We have developed 12 fundamental strategies. First of all, to bring services closer to the most distant parts of our state and to those sectors that have been traditionally known as the hot spots. Via the social brigades for the New Ecuador, and they operate every day, every week at a national level. We are providing health services, telecom services, educational services, and the rights to recreation, to sports. We're catering for women that have suffered violence. In other words, we're taking the whole social aspect and we're transferring that to each one of these sectors. In some moments, we have also had to align ourselves with the security efforts. They do everything that is in their hands, and after that, the social efforts come in order to provide services to recover these territories. This is a very harsh struggle. Of course, it's very harsh, it's dangerous, and it'll take us a lot of time, because criminal gangs have not been operating for a few months or weeks, no, for years, as a result of the permissive attitude of previous administrations. And this is the most complex aspect in the life of Ecuadorian citizens, that prevents the full exercise of the rights of all citizens. The reality presented by ECLAC demands concrete, timely, and effective actions. We must work together, but as I mentioned a while ago, that work has to be done in a coordinated fashion, involving the state and civil society stakeholders. It is also fundamental to acknowledge that the impact of poverty has an impact not only upon people and upon families, but also upon the state as such. It has an impact upon each one of its institutions that are often influenced by the actions of organized crime. The economies of this other pandemic suffered by Ecuador has become entrenched in some government sectors, and that is the struggle that is presently waged by President Noboa in order to recover the whole country and put it at the service of our citizens. In order to deal with these complex realities, it is imperative for our public policies to be intersectional. We must consider the various vulnerabilities, contexts, and the faces of social exclusion. The social cabinet is working tirelessly in order to build a solid social security floor, which implies articulated action by the state in territories. And as I said, we have two major strategies. First of all, to bring services closer to our citizens, to recover territories, and the other one, which may seem contradictory, is to concentrate services. And why is it not contradictory? Well, because we do that in integral spaces involving families, so that citizens will not be able to go to a cold office, ask and seek to be catered for. We have developed two of these family spaces with involving a large population in the most depressed and popular areas. For example, in Quito, in southern Quito. There we have inaugurated a comprehensive family space where we have our child care center, and where women can leave their children to be cared for during the day, and where those children are provided 4 meals per day, and that mother can then resort to our training centers in beauty care, design, baking, electricity, and so on. We have a whole series of workshops that we have developed, and then they may become part of the cultural events that take place there. A person, basically women that take their children there, have the possibility of developing a daily activity in these centers of obtaining training, and after that they can apply to the human development bond, no, to the credit for human development, which is something that I will refer to later on. Within this context, I would like to highlight the social policies by the Ministry of Social and Economic Inclusion. The policies that we are conducting are the social pillar of Ecuador. As indicated, our policies form part of a project or of a plan produced by the government itself, which is called the Development Plan for the New Ecuador 2024-2025. Some people ask me whenever I take part in these types of fora why that plan is so lasts for short periods. And normally plans have to be have to encompass a larger number of years, but this is an exceptional government that completes the period of a previous administration because of a specific legal aspect. And for that reason, this development plan is envisaged for this year, and it has primarily focused on seeking a reduction of poverty gaps and extreme poverty gaps in our country. As previously mentioned, 29 out of all Ecuadorians live in extreme poverty, 29%. And that is a tremendously harsh reality. And in order to reduce these poverty levels, Ecuador, via its policies that bring together the whole social area, has been working on social inclusion and economic exclusion. And with regards to the development of our social policies, we do that via catering for priority groups. Our constitution is includes many guarantees. The constitution in Ecuador envisages more rights than the UN Human Rights Charter, even with novelties such as the rights of nature. However, based on these regulations, in our country, we have a tremendous gap between the formality of the regulation and the real nature of these rights. We have been unable to bring together this marvelous constitution with the real exercise of these rights. And with regards to the Ministry of Social and Economic Inclusion, and given the fact that our obligation, our constitutional obligation, is the inclusion of all citizens, both in social and economic terms, our emphasis is on the priority groups. Here we have the Centers for Children's Development. We have more than 10,000 units. More than 10,000 of those units for a target population of more than 1.4 million people that are catered for by these services that we provide. These children's development centers are centers that cater for children aged between 0 and 2 years of age. And they receive 4 meals per day in addition to services for their psychomotor development. After that, we have family accompaniment. We have a whole series of trained staff so that we can work out in the field and visit people's homes, people that receive the different bonds that the state provides. We cater for older persons and persons with disability and with catastrophic diseases. Now, with regards services related to economic inclusion, our system has 10 different types of bonds or pensions. These are non-contributory, all of them. And therefore the person is not forced to have had some type of social security in order to receive these bonds or these pensions. The Joaquín Gallegos Lara bond is provided to people suffering from severe disability or catastrophic illness. It goes beyond people themselves, but it is for the carer of that person. The pension toda la vida is geared for older persons. The 1,000-day bond is a bond for a woman who is breastfeeding a child. The bond for human development and for human development with a variable component are two bonds that I will mention at the end because those are the ones that must truly be reconceived in order to improve the quality of life of people living in poverty and extreme poverty. We have Pension Mis Mejores Años, the contingency bond, which is a bond provided as a result of anthropic or natural disasters, and the orphan bond, which is a bond that we provide to the children that are victims of femicides, and a bond that was recently established by the national government and that is provided to members of the police or of the armed forces that, as a result of the domestic armed conflict, suffered from severe wounds that have disabled them either permanently or temporarily, or to their children when they have lost their lives in this war that we have against organized crime.
That's the general scheme that tackles social protection in Ecuador. But as we said, there are many common factors, and there are others that belong to our social development. The most serious has to do with the crime right now. And before concluding, I'd like to reflect on the meaning of these kinds of money transfers to the poorer sectors of the country. We have development bonus that has conditions. It is delivered to people who are poor, but we still have not been able to have outgoing rules. That is, we don't have the principles whereby people may receive the bonus for some time and then perhaps go into some kind of activity that will improve their situation. And during these 29 years of the bonus, we see that there is a standstill in this social sector. So that's a big challenge we have. That is trying to get this mobility to really occur. We are working now to strengthen the human development credit. We wish to deliver 50,000 loans at year end. This human development credit has to do with the accumulation of human development bonus to assist persons, to train them to qualify a project, and then following up this person or group of persons in a productive aspect, or so that they may enter the labor market. Thus, these persons will become autonomous. We already have a strong experiences to this effect. There is a province in Ecuador of an individual that received this bonus and was under this project, and this person is about to be exported. And that's the ideal situation, that these people become entrepreneurs. But naturally, it's difficult to achieve. But the government's goal is to narrow these inequality gaps. We also want to lower the levels of poverty and extreme poverty, trying to get each Ecuadorian person to benefit from their rights. We have also developed the policies, strong fiscal policy. This government of Daniel Noboa has made strong political decisions, such as raising VAT, as well as getting rid of subsidies to two kinds of fuels. The idea is to have a correct redistribution of state resources. What we gain with these two measures is right now getting resources that will be allocated to the more vulnerable sectors. And that is why I'm so appreciative of this forum in order to exchange opinions and to learn from your countries. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Minister, for talking about the importance of this topic with figures from Ecuador and also talking about the need of talking to all sectors. Crime is indeed something that is impacting all of our countries. We must state the importance of state in order to bring in more social inclusion and security measures. And finally, I hand over to Ms. Costa, Andrea Costa Freda. She will be bringing a comparative perspective as of Oxfam. So we will be the last speaker of this panel. I'm afraid that I don't have much time because we will soon adjourn for lunch. Thank you for the invitation to be here. We have a panel with 2 or 3 ministers, and it's not normal to give way in this panel for civil society. So I'm very appreciative of that. And I think that this also helps us go into multilateralism, promoting social inclusion. I'm coming from Europe, and right now we are trying to get the social agenda to be at least in equal conditions with other agendas like the economic one. I will bring in information on something that we are organizing for next week. There's a report, and I don't have the data here from Oxfam because this will be launched next week with the Gago Foundation in Bogota. But still, I will bring some of the messages that are part of that report that will be launched next week. At Oxfam, we like to say that with the mantra of the 2030 agenda, that is one that is also repeated in the summit for social development in leaving no one behind. At Oxfam, we also want to see what happens when somebody goes too far. Usually, when we talk about inequality, the agenda that we are promoting has to do with poverty indicators to measure extreme poverty, mapping poverty, etc. But we don't do much in looking at what happens with the wealth, extreme wealth, how to measure that, how to characterize that, and seeing what's happening. In the report that is about to be published next week, we will talk about inequalities. And we look at this in terms of a polarization. We use this concept because indeed what we've seen in the region is that in spite of the progress made during the first decade of the century, Latin America right now is the most polarized region that is at the gap that the wealth in the hands of the wealthiest and the 50% of poor is wider than in any other region in the world. Not just that, what's happening since 2016, even before the pandemic, is that these figures, both in the extreme of 1% wealth concentration and what's happening with the 50% poorer, has become even more drastic. In other regions, the share of 1% wealthier vis-a-vis the global wealth of the country in other regions, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, has been reducing So there is something that you will find in this report that perhaps is food for thought for the debate, I think, tomorrow, is that yes, we want to measure inequalities in this region where there is this kind of polarization. But we have to go beyond Gini for that. Gini is measuring wealth or income distribution, but it doesn't measure what's happening at the two extremes. This report, and by the way, this is a spot for what we're doing next week. And what we do is adapt the Palma Index that shows what happens between this 10% wealthier and the other 40% in the other extreme. But we talk more about not just income. We do know that the concentration of wealth goes beyond what can be measured through income. They're mostly labor income. And in looking at this concentration, we make a comparison between that 1% and the 50% poor. And here we see that Latin America is leading the relation in that gap, and the trend is also being led by Latin America. When we talk about Laura talked about the social covenant in Latin America, we've been talking about this for years. And it's difficult that during economic polarization and polarization of this kind of wealth, we may talk about rebuilding the social compact. A couple of years ago, when the Spanish Cooperation launched the program on democracy at an event in Madrid, two journalists were invited, Mr. Caparos and Jorge Golpi, for bring in that program. They were looking at the elements needed to rebuild the social covenant. Martin said, it's difficult to rebuild something that has never existed in Latin America. But even more provocative is what Jorge said, the Mexican writer. He said, if there has been a social covenant, yes, but it is a social covenant to guarantee the privileges of a few to the detriment of the majority. We're talking now about a covenant. Even though there has been a new elite, still the fundament of that covenant has been maintained. The structure has been changed. There has been an institutional change that has not questioned the basis of that covenant. So we are changing elites, yes, but the economic elite is still there, setting the groundwork for that covenant. I quickly now move into three elements that reproduce this economic polarization. First of all, we have fiscal systems. The fiscal systems in Latin America and the Caribbean have reproduced inequalities. They have not been able to neutralize this economic polarization. And why? First, because they have been inefficient, not enough, and because they are regressive. 50% of the income from these fiscal systems have to do with consumption. 50% are overconsumption, and we are penalizing then the sectors with less income, and little taxation is being applied over the corporate capital and income. I think that the social outlook of ECLAC from 2023 talked about this. Latin America is the region in the world with the largest amount of inherited fortunes. In Europe, fortunes are also inherited. Where that less happens is in China, by the way. In view of this kind of situation where most of the fortunes are inherited, we must adapt to fiscal systems. We have to break the taboo and start uh, taxing, applying taxation over these inheritance and donations. Right now, only 5 countries in the region have a taxation on this. Chile, Brazil, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, and Bolivia are the only ones to do so. Another one that repeats this economic polarization, and ECLAC talks about the trap of productive systems. This has to do with the risk of deepening the extracted model. This is still found in the region. It was a model that had its impact of distribution at the beginning of the century, yes, but it has proven not to be enough in order to provide sustainable policies for the long run. The benefits of extraction models is one more concentrated in the elite, in the agro-mining, hydrocarbon sectors. Contrary to the spillover effect, these activities don't have a big impact in creating formal jobs, and the wealth created there will remain in few hands. This report I was talking about says that Honduras, for example, their mining creates only 0.26% of the jobs in the country, comparing to 46% of primary activities such as agriculture, like cattle raising and forestry. And I wanted to bring this to you because EU is promoting an important agenda to promote investment, private investment, and green transition, digital transition. Remember the social transition we talked about in the past, and there are implementing instruments such as the Global Gateway that wishes to lever private investment to promote this kind of transformation in Latin America. It is like an opportunity to change, to diversify that productive structure. Well, we'll have to show that there is a capability of transformation in that way, and for many reasons. Pension, the transition between the green movement and other movements. We have a lot of tension right now in these transition models right now. And we do know that Latin America, even though it has a green matrix and many resources are there for the energy transition, still the economies mainly depend on fossil fuels. These transformations won't be easy in terms of social contract, democracy, and winners and losers. And besides, these transitions don't tackle the multidimensional poverty. What jobs are being created by the green digital transition? Are they formal jobs that will have a positive impact in the global value chain? But they won't be jobs for the more precarious, vulnerable sectors. We know that involves, for the most part, women. 2/3. I think that in Latin America economic outlook, it says that 2/3 of the economies in the region depend on informal jobs. And that is concentrated mainly in women. These are the ones that have a more precarious situation that must balance out productive labor with care. 70% of this falls on them. So we applaud, and we heard from the minister from Brazil and from Chile and from Ecuador that the care economy, the transition towards the care society is a pillar of the true transformation. For us, the care is part of these inequalities. These are unequal flows that go from men to women, from uh, women to other vulnerable groups. Much of the care is being conducted by Latin American women in other countries. So here we have uh, proof of this intersectional inequality and the opportunity to open up public strategies for transformation of this productive system, of the sexual division of labor, of dignifying work in precarious sectors, and also social protection. So we bet on an economy and transition towards care societies and systems. I finish off with the reproduction of economic polarization that is also social and political. We call this democracies that have come to an end, that bond between polarization, economic polarization, and political polarization, the extreme concentration of economic power and the extreme concentration of political power. That, on the one hand, creates over and underrepresentation. And at Oxfam in Brazil, this is called unfinished democracies, and how some minorities of white men are overrepresented in political systems in view of the demographic majorities with women, Afro descendants, and poor people. In Brazil, for example, Afro descendant women are responsible for 30% of the population, but only have 2.3% of posts in the Congress. That is what this unfinished democracy means. But there are also democracies that are not able to relate with the public that is so needed for the social compact. In a report of Oxfam, Mexico, is entitled Faces of the Inequality. There we divided the Mexico City and we typified each one of these uh, divisions to look at the inequality in a different way. What we found interesting was that there was a very small share of the population related to the public, 25%. About deciles were not there because they don't believe or trust the private, and 25% lower did not have access to public services. So there was only a half of the population that was related to public services and goods. And the third element that we call political capture is very important in a forum such as this one, where we talk about the response coming from public policy. There's a question. Do we know which are the policies that should be adopted to face inequality if we are ruled by democratic systems where the rulers are elected by the majority? Why is it so difficult to implement these policies? We heard from the professor that defining the strategy is not that difficult, but maintaining the policy is very difficult. What we say is that the policy, strategies, and the reforms are not defined at the political vacuum, but in a certain context of the political economy. They create losers and winners. Fiscal policies during high levels of polarization and economic concentration, during a context of power imbalance, are not um, viable policies because these potential losers are better organized and have a more political capabilities. So for us, it's important to talk. When we wish to encourage efficient public response, we have to find out in political economy what's happening. The implementation of policies is seen in some spaces that America where there's power asymmetry. And without looking at these asymmetries, we won't have better results. And I finish off talking about opportunities. This year and next year is a very important biennium for the region. G20 under Brazil's reigns, and we have the Social Development COP 30 meeting, ECLAC in Colombia. We have the Summit to Fund Development, we don't know where, but in Spain. For us, then, we find an opportunity to create dynamism, to talk about inequalities, and to search for an international, global response to fight that. And the leadership is found here in Latin America. The proposals to rethink development models, as the ambassador well said, the proposals to finance this transition, these development models with better transformation capabilities have to come from the region under the leadership of Brazil and with the proposal of taxing the ultra rich that is made by many other countries, the leadership of Colombia, Brazil, and Chile at the Latin American taxation platform that is an example to try to coordinate efforts, not only for the region, but also to defend this globally. This means that we can be hopeful. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Andrea, for closing this panel and bringing us what's going to happen with the Oxfam report. Thank you for talking about going beyond Gini and talking about inequality and to talk about the recent polarization. These are topics we'll continue talking about during this seminar. I thank all of the panelists from this high-level panel. I thank Brazil, who are still with us. Thank you all, speakers and participants. For those who wish to continue here with us, the next panel in the afternoon will resume at 3 p.m. Chilean time. At lunch, by the way, as of 1:30 in this very same room, there will be a side event for the launching of a ECLAC's book entitled Non-Contributory Pension Systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, Going Forward with Solidarity and Sustainability. You may stay here with us in this room. Now, for those of you who will not continue with us, please fill in the evaluation form that you can find in this QR code. Thank you very much for being with us, and we'll see you at 3 p.m.
¿Te quedó bien ahora la pantalla? ¿Qué se devuelve el audio?
Hola, muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Y es un enorme gusto darles la bienvenida a este evento paralelo en el cual tenemos el gusto de lanzar este libro sobre sistemas de pensiones no contributivos en América Latina y el Caribe. Avanzar en solidaridad con sostenibilidad. Un segundo, por favor. Mil disculpas. Bueno, en primer lugar, dar una bienvenida a los diversos países presentes, a funcionarios y funcionarias de organismos internacionales y de la CEPAL en este evento paralelo que hemos organizado en el marco del 4º Seminario Regional de Desarrollo Social. Quisiera dar la bienvenida en primer lugar a quienes nos acompañan en este lanzamiento, en este panel de alto nivel. En primer lugar a nuestro secretario ejecutivo de la CEPAL, señor José Manuel Salazar, muy bienvenido. A la ministra del Trabajo y Previsión
Social of Labor and Social Security in Chile, Mrs. Janet Jara. It's a great pleasure to have you here. And the Secretary of State in the Office of Secretary of Social Development in Honduras, Mr. José Carlos Cardona. I hope he is following us. And the professor from the London School of Economics and Political Science, Mr. Nicholas Barr. We already had the pleasure to be with him this morning. And obviously the Director of the Division of Social Development in ECLAC, Mr. Alberto Laneras de Mesa. And I was very pleased to be the co-editor of his book. So I would like to welcome you all in this context of high uncertainty, and as the pandemic showed that the social system mechanisms play a major role in the agendas of the countries, analyzing the strategic policies allowing to eradicate inequality is a major challenge and an opportunity at the same time that is of paramount importance in this line. The non-contributory system of pensions are key, allowing to explore this pathway. The book we're going to launch right now was done in a joint project with the German cooperation. I would like to thank once again the German cooperation for this joint endeavor that allowed to develop this agenda in pensions, and it was developed in the framework of the transformative activities in Latin America and the Caribbean. And next, I have also the great pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Alberto Lanaza Besa, who is the director of this division of social development. He has a long experience in the public service and also a reference for Latin America and the Caribbean about these pension fund systems. And he has published many other books, 4 additional ones. And now we'll give the floor to Mr. Larenas for his presentation. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and I would like to thank you, Claudia, for your words and your generous introduction. As you can see here on the screen, we are now presenting with a lot of effort this book of non-contributory pension system in Latin America and the Caribbean, Advancing Solidarity with Sustainability. This is a book, as a matter of fact, that is a pleasure for me, that was edited with Claudia Robles, who is the Social Affairs Officer's Social Development Division at ECLAC. So, first of all, as Claudia was saying, this is a project that started back in 2021. And it has an introduction and 10 chapters, and we had a participation of 10 different authors. With Claudia, we edited this book. She was participating in introduction in chapters 1, 3, and 10. Camila Alza with very good inputs in chapter 1 and 2, and Juan Vila he's here in the room in chapters 3 for Chile, and so on.
Chapter 7 by presenting from Dominican Republic, and certainly with chapter 9 in financial sustainability, and Pablo Llanes was in chapter 4 with the case of Mexico, Martin Chercas in chapter 5 with Argentina, Noelia Bernan chapter 6 for Peru, Manuel Delgado in the Dominican Republic chapters, and chapter 8 specifically for Honduras, Menendez and Figueroa. I can see them there. Helped in Dominican Republic, Ernesto Spindola in chapter 9 with inequality and poverty. So which are the main messages that we have in this book? This book has 400 pages. I had 10 to 15 minutes, so we will do this very fast. With 5 main messages, really. When we are talking about providing economic security in old age, we are talking about these social protection systems. These social protection systems that we're interested in, they should be universal, comprehensive, sustainable, resilient. The non-contributory pension systems play a fundamental role in achieving this objective within the social protection system, especially in old age. And the expansion of the non-contributory pension system has been the main transformation of social protection in this century within the region. And we will be explaining why later on. Now, among other things, this is due to a very important expansion that they have gone through, because somehow we are representing this, that the non-contributory system are a proven public policy. When mentioning this, we're saying it in such a way that the legal reforms are less complicated, the political economy is more cross-cutting. There is a financial and institutional capacity, and of course, they have a very important impact in reducing poverty in old age. It is in this context that we are presenting throughout the book that it is possible and feasible to eradicate poverty in old age. And it is the non-contributory systems that are right in the center of that strategy within the region. Now, the expansion of the non-contributory pension system is the first aspect mentioned. You can see in the graph that in the year 2000, 3.4% of the population 65 and over had a non-contributory pension. In the year 2022, it's at 31%, meaning that it has increased 27.6 percentage. It is around 1 million people among 19.6 million people. And something very important, in 80 years, when the first one was created in Latin America and the Caribbean and Uruguay in 1919, up to the year 1999, in 80 years, 14 countries created a system. And in the past 20 years, another 14 countries have created the non-contributory systems in the century, meaning that we now have 28 countries of the 33 in Latin America that have a non-contributory pension system, meaning that this has allowed for 100% of the people that are pensioners. The 65 were non-contributory, but now they are 42%. It used to be 6.6, now it's 42%. And this, we are expressing it in the closing of the book, will still be growing, not because this is closing in the region, but also in coverage and the different benefits obtained. Now, which are the factors that explain this expansion? Among other matters, as somehow we're always moving forward and strengthening the social protection systems to eradicate poverty, as well as tackling high inequality, as we were talking about this morning. It's that trap of these high inequalities in the region, but also because there's deficit in the contributory pension systems. And we'll see this later on. Also because there is a high labor informality. We know that 1 out of 2 people that are working are informally working, because also there's accelerated aging. And when we double click, not all in all factors, but in 2 of them, one is the contributory system, we see a substantial gap that exists. You can see here the coverage of the contributory systems in more than 65 years of age. And this covers 5.1%. In the highest decile, there is a 74% of coverage, meaning there's a deficit in vulnerability of coverage. And this is why non-contributory systems, among other factors, are moving forward in coverage. And something else is related to an accelerated aging in the region. This accelerated aging, I am mentioning it here in this graph. Basically, Europe went from a 10 to a 20% of the population that is 65 years of age or older in a period of around 57, 60 years. But Latin America and the Caribbean will be doing this in 30 years, going from 10 to 20%, meaning that this is an accelerated aging. And this aging means that in 30 years, we will have to do what Europe did in 60. But there's a caveat here, with less income per capita, with less provision to social protection, and with an amount of challenges in social protection that are far more important than what Europe has. So there's a challenge and an equation that is so important, where in old age, when tackling poverty, the non-contributory system is providing results in the region. Now, let us see this panorama. What do we see in the graph? Well, I was showing you that in the year 22, there was 31% coverage, but now this 31% coverage is quite heterogeneous. There are countries that have a very high coverage: Chile, Paraguay, Bolivia, Mexico, in these past years, in a universal approach. And we see that there are certain countries that have a certain average coverage, meaning that it has really increased, but there are gaps that are substantial for those countries that still have the non-contributory pension systems, but also have a per capita income, sustainability, and institutionality to have other types of coverage to tackle poverty in old age. Now, this book addresses 7 case studies with different levels of coverage. We have the case of Bolivia, Chile, Mexico, chapter 4. We have medium-low coverage in chapter 5 for Argentina, Peru, chapter 6. And there's a creation process for Dominican Republic, chapter 7. And in the case of Honduras, that we really hope to have the Secretary of State of Sedesol commenting on our book. Now, the non-contributory pension systems have considerably increased their coverage, as mentioned already. But look at the graph. They have increased their coverage from 3.4 to 31%, and the public expenditure related to this has been only 0.15% GDP to 0.42% of the GDP. We're not talking two numbers, one number. We're talking about very small numbers. We are saying that there has been a substantial increase in coverage, and there is no financial feasibility for this, and we have to continue moving forward. And the non-contributory systems have an impact in decreasing aging in old age and to improve income. The graph in the left is something that we studied for 9 countries in the region. We realized when they reformed the system 7 years prior, 7 years after, and we compared the poverty rates, and the impact is 10 points in decreasing poverty in old age. And we did that same exercise in a different way by the distribution of income within the population of 65 years of age. And here the income was improving 3 points. When incorporating the non-contributory pension systems. Claudia, you stop me. Everything's good? Okay. And basically, in part 3 of the book, we're talking about the future of the non-contributory systems. One of the factors that it well explains the creation, I was saying that in 80 years, in 14 countries, and in 20 years, another 14, part of the creation and the reform and the strengthening of the non-contributory pension systems have causes, as mentioned at the beginning, where the legal reform, when we say that it's less complex, they're less complex when creating a structural reform to the pension system. To agree whether this is individual, it's parallel, or others, it does provide with work in legal aspects that is quite complex. And the second characteristic is the political economy, where this is a cross-cutting element in Latin America. It doesn't matter which is the political side, but there are important elements in creating these non-contributory pension systems compared to the contributory systems. There are cross-cutting systems. Third, there is an institutional basic capacity. Sometimes it's very light for some countries, but it is able to implement these systems in the region, meaning that there are 28 out of 33 countries, but there's also financial sustainability. There is financial feasibility. We need these tax reforms to be able to fund these elements. Basically, what countries do, and most of the countries have done, is they fund the non-contributory pension systems through the regular flow of the budget. Starting from the discussion of the budget each year, they are funding their non-contributory pension systems. They fund the sufficiency and the benefits and the increase in coverage. And they're not related to legal reforms, but structural reforms in this taxing system. I have 3 slides and 5 minutes. And this, of course, means that there is a financial feasibility. There are social effects. The book shows the reduction of poverty that is substantial. There are countries that went from being poor in old age above 20, 25 points, and now they have a number under 5%. And why? Because these systems, these non-contributory systems, it's very hard for them to arrive to the first 5 quintiles. When they're implemented, they have a very important coverage, and as time goes by, they are reaching important vulnerable homes, and of course some are looking for this universal guidance for social protection that can be the basis, and means that these systems are a proper coverage, financial sustainability and sufficiency in the different in the different contributions. And of course, this becomes sustainable. It is in this context that in the book we are expressing in the closing together with Claudia in one of the chapters where it is possible to find trajectory combining the levels of coverage and the sufficiency of the benefits to eradicate poverty. It is not enough to have just coverage. Sufficiency of the benefits, the value of this, the non-contributory pensions is also important as coverage. Basically, if it is not similar to the line of poverty or line of poverty is just at the beginning, then the effort to eradicate poverty in that vulnerable group in old age, it will be decreased. And of course, there is their coverage, sufficiency of the benefit, and there's a trend that it is possible to reach for the countries of the region. And additionally, in one of the chapters, we presented the financial projections or forecasts, what will be happening in 2055, 2035, which will be the commitment. And if these systems had the commitment of covering, at least for all countries, to the 40% of the lower income, with maybe a benefit that is similar to the extreme poverty or the line of poverty, which will be the amount of resources involved, well, the estimates express that in 2035 would be 1.1, between 1.1 to 1.5 of the GDP. And now about 0.4 is being spent. And in the next 10 years, with something related to 1% of the GDP distributed along a way in which will tackle this population, this will effectively move forward, at least in the dimension of a transfer, monetary transfer, because radical poverty requires comprehensive policies in different dimensions, something that is quite feasible in the region.
So this is the last slide and I will conclude. We have the final thoughts now. It is possible and feasible to eradicate poverty in old age in the region. This is not a dream because there are some countries in the region that have made headway and some others are underway. And in this sense, the non-contributive pension system plays a very important role in expanding the social protection systems in the region. Additionally to this, they are strategically composed with some coverage targets and targets for the benefits, and they are very significant to eradicate poverty in the region. And moving in this direction is feasible institutionally and from the financial and political point of view, and also with the design of the institutional regime or scheme, and they have the economic viability. And this is cross-cutting. When I say cross-cutting, it means that if you are a fan of a soccer team, you will follow this. And this happens when you increase also the coverage of the benefit. In this context, always we say that this is not to replace the NCPS, but it's rather a complementary mechanism with the other system existing in the region. We're proposing that the NCPS system can be an essential, or they would lay the grounds for the social fiscal pact that will allow to progress in solidarity with sustainability as depicted in the book. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alberto, for this presentation and to observe the time limits. Now we'll go to the panel where we have 4 panelists who will be supporting us with thoughts and also giving some inputs for the ideas already raised. First of all, before I would like to say that we'll have simultaneous translation for those who need. And in case you need, you can get headsets, and we'll have some QA session at the end. I would like to introduce now Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. He's a doctor in economy, and he has a vast experience in the topics that we're covering today. He has been the regional director for Latin American and the Caribbean in the ILO, Minister of International Trade for Costa Rica. So you have your time for intervention. Thank you. I would like to thank all the people present here and the people who are online virtually participating. I would like to greet the Minister of Labor and Social Security in Chile, Mrs. Janet Jara. It's a great pleasure to have you back here because you are a frequent visitor, and this is a great honor for us. Mr. Jose Carlos Mardones, the Secretary of State in the Office of the Secretary of Social Development, in Honduras, and Professor Nicolas Barr, who already gave a wonderful conference this morning, and we are very thankful for that. So I would like to congratulate Alberto and Claudia, as well as all the contributors for the different chapters in this book. As we heard already, this is a major contribution as well as a very significant book for these kind of non-contributory systems and the links they have with the challenges we witness in the region. ECLAC has been participating in the challenges and studying the NCPS in the region, and this is fundamental because these systems are the basic pillar, as we heard already. You have these social protection systems that are comprehensive and resilient, and they are essential also to attain the inclusive social development in this world of volatility and collisions with effects in the short and the long term. In addition to the gaps we had from the past, we need to consider this, that is to say, reinforcing the social protection systems, and more specifically the pension systems. And this is the wider topic, how to reinforce the welfare state, as Professor Barr said this morning. In 2021, these systems have become the cornerstone for these social protection systems in the region. And the system have experienced a very important momentum. And I would like to underscore some figures that were covered very rapidly. As Alberto said, they went from 3.4% of the population in over 60 years of age in 2000, and now they are covering 20 million people. That in 2022, only 5 countries in the region didn't have the protection system, that they have become a very important strategy for the eradication of poverty and the poverty in the old age. And this is something to commend, and we should take into account this breakthrough. We should think that between 2001 and 2014, the poverty of the elderly people was reduced now to half of the population, and we have just a 15%. And there was more success in reducing the poverty during the old age time than in the overall context. Despite the aging of the population, this is thanks to these protection systems. We also should underscore the reduction of the gender gap with the women participating in the NCPS, and we have 1/3 of the population of women over 65 years of age that didn't have protection at all, and this is reduced now to 23%. This is still a very important ratio that requires a priority of focus to reinforce these systems in the future. I would like to underscore also that the NCPS have also a resilience for the very important crisis, including the pandemic of COVID, while the poverty increased in 3 percentage points between 2019 and 2020. The poverty amongst this sector only represented 0.3%, and this is thanks to the protection systems that are given by this system, also because of the role of the institutional framework that has been reinforced. The increase of this NCP is contrasted with the contributory systems that remain with important deficits, because there are low levels of contributions, and the structure of the labor market, the informality that characterize the region, show also the need to develop non-contributory pension systems that are sustainable with coverage and sustainability that are suitable and also financially sustainable. These are two of the major messages that are conveyed by this book. The lack of sufficiency in the pensions is also another challenge. In 2021, the household surveys in the different countries show that the percentage of people over 65 that receive benefits closer to the poverty line is a very significant percentage. So we are facing here a challenge. The NCPS will be also a key factor to tackle with the democratic transition and to guarantee this protection in the long term. As we have insisted on ECLAC, the Latin American, we have three traps that have been delved into in the journal of the 65th anniversary of ECLAC. As you have heard before, we have these three traps: the low capacity to grow, the high inequality and poor mobility, and the shortage of governance. So it is very important that we can overcome these traps and we go into positive virtuous cycles. In order to tackle this, we have the CPS that could reduce the low level of income of the people in the old age and to eradicate the poverty in this time of their lifetime. And also, these NCPS contribute to a more resilient economy that is more inclusive as well. As the higher growth rate would allow to expand the coverage and the sufficiency of the NCPS. This is just some details of these virtuous circle that we have in order to run away from these traps. And then we need to have a better linkage with the contributory system that can reinforce the trust of the public with the institutions and the social pacts. This is another way to say what Dr. Nicolas Barr said this morning, that the state should not just be the social arena, but also taking care of the economic growth. So this is a crucial point, and this should ensure the long-term financing and to include the wider frameworks articulated with the contributory systems. The book also gives some advices how to get there and to ensure the institutional reinforcement and the corresponding policies. We still have some gaps for the adequacy of the non-contributory pension systems, and we need to continue the efforts in order to guarantee that the pensions are sufficient. The launching of these publications urges the policymakers and the stakeholders to raise this issue and to provide a more important role to the strengthening of the social protection systems. This is one of the major transformations, one of the 11 transformations that we have in the Decalogue that has been proposed. And we hope that these messages will be replicated, and this is a historical opportunity we have in the region for the convening of the social development summit in 2025 for a more productive and sustainable development for everyone. So I would like to congratulate you, Claudia, all the authors for this important contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Executive Secretary, for your presence here. And next, we have the participation of the Secretary of State in the Office of the Secretary of the Social Development in Honduras, Mr. José Carlos Cardona. We deeply appreciate his participation. He is a social scientist. He has a wide experience in public administration issues, and he's leading today very important activities for the policies of social inclusion and social protection. Minister, it's a pleasure to greet you, and you have the floor now. Good afternoon, and I would like to convey all greetings to ECLAC and all the team that has been working hand in hand with countries such as Honduras. And for all that is being implemented, I would like to congratulate the authors for this contribution that will foster the discussion of the 5 other countries that still don't have the NCPS in Latin America. I would like to tell you that in the case of Honduras, this has become a necessity for the NCPS systems as a result of all the social problems that we're witnessing after the coup that we had and President Castro of 2022 gave. Apparently you can't hear. Well, can you hear me? Okay. So as I said before, we have a country with a very low participation of women in the labor market with 48.7%. And we have less than 1/5 of the active population of the country that has contribution, and we have just 18% of the country that is covered by the contributory pension system. There is also a coverage that is very uneven as a country, and this is also reflected in the inequalities that we find in the labor market and that are transferred to the pension system. I have been committed and working very closely with ECLAC, and we have confirmed how the work you carry out in order to study all the pension systems in the region undoubtedly are giving some inputs to countries like Honduras that is trying to participate in this logic of social compensation as it was referred to back in the 1990s and now is referred to as an comprehensive system where we have different mechanisms to create the balances for the income and provide protection to the vulnerable groups. We have a high amount of households and people over 65 who depend on the income of another member in the family.
Undoubtedly, this has meant a tremendous problem for the families. The phenomena of migration in Honduras has meant that the older persons have to take charge of the younger, and this impacts the care system, which of course is really important to consider that these non-contributory pension systems should be existing. In a very poor country with so much social vulnerability, there are tremendous justifications for this, and it is important to create a pension system. But what I believe is important in this case is undoubtedly the need to be able to establish a public policy integrated in a social protection system. If there are challenges and if there are risks, of course, there is a political composition of our democracy, especially for those countries where there are highly complicated Congress systems. The non-contributory pension systems will generally be framed within a legal system of social protection. And as a country, we have a draft that was created in the social development activities together with ECLAC, and the challenge that exists in the Congress in general is related to the political challenge, which is something else that also impacts the quality of countries such as ours. The programs of social protection and the aid programs for people under vulnerabilities have been instrumentalized. And when these discussions are carried out at state level of creating a system that will protect the vulnerable groups above 65 years of age, and of course, there's a generation of a discussion where there will be a political result. We saw it in Mexico as an example, where the opposition was expressing that the non-contributory system was a political strategy. Even there are some that are believing that the victory of the current or the president-elect is responding in part to this. The thing is that the need exists, these populations need to be protected, and therefore the efforts can be done from a Congress that is negotiation with the different chambers, or in an area such as ours where there can be a strategy from the executive and through a decree of the Council of Ministers where there is a creation of this transient system towards making it a law that will be enforced in the medium term. In Honduras, we're taking substantial steps towards this. We already have a draft of the social protection system. We have the case of a proposal for the creation of a pension system. There is an open will of the president and the government that this should become possible. And we have also seen through other social programs the tremendous need that exists from the sectors that are highly vulnerable of protecting the older persons. And undoubtedly, this is a very fertile land, if you wish. I am open to anything that is published from ECLAC so that we can really study all this. As a matter of fact, we have the directors of Cedesol and other officials that are participating here and hearing the launch of this book. Therefore, we are really open to receive any information that you can provide for us and to all people that are connected throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, so that you can see Honduras as an example and as a case to see how to start with a system of non-contributory pension systems and how there is a good practice in this area. This is not only something we believe in, but it has to be successful in its application and overcome the past of the political instrumentation of the different policies, the lack of democracy and others. And how are we going to protect those that really meant much in the country, and there were maybe no mechanisms within the public to be able to include them in a pension system that would allow them to have an important possibility of having a good old age. We're fully committed as a country, and we really thank to be part of all these regional strategies that will make us understand and be part of a Latin America that is more committed and more committed to social protection at all levels. So I really hope to receive that book. I want to read it. I can guess we can download it. I want to read it this weekend, and we are here. In this week, we have the social ECLAC, which is an exchange time and discussion for all of these topics, and we are really open to meet in Cartagena, and I'm sending a tremendous hug to all authors who will be writing you so that we can get to understand about this work. And thank you very much to ECLAC family to make us part of this conversation and all these comments to the book that was recently launched. Thank you very much, and hopefully I didn't run too long. Thank you very much, Minister, for your words and for accepting being here. We knew that it was very hard to have you here, especially because of your joint work and the time that you have provided to have these joint activities in Europe. Now, I have the honor to introduce the Ministry of Social Development in Chile, Ms. Janet Jara. The minister is a lawyer, public manager. She holds a master in public management. She has extensive experience in management of public bodies and implementation of public policies with a focus on social security, labor, and social issues. Minister, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. I would like to greet this event on behalf of President Boric, and all this in a context where the country is trying to go through a pension reform, and we want to celebrate this event that is not it's starting with the launch of this book. And of course, I want to congratulate authors, all of the authors and editors. I believe that the non-contributory pillar assessment and the contribution to inequality, to eradication of poverty, to strengthening social protection, to social policies, and the consumption possibility of the lower income sectors and a push to this sector is tremendously relevant. It is relevant to keep it in mind by seeing the experience that exists in other countries, what has been happening in Latin America as well as in our country. And I would like to start with an element that is, I don't know if I am going to provoke here, but rather it's to feel that there is a need of this non-contributory pillar to those that are even questioning the need of solidarity in the pension system. I am saying that this is not the only way of solidarity, but undoubtedly is not contributory. 87% of women in Chile that are receiving pensions in due to age received a self-funded pension under the line of poverty of self-funded pensions. Of course, these numbers mean that there is a discussion saying that, well, women were not contributing enough, and even though we were wishing to contribute a little bit less, let us look at the ones that had a contribution for more than 35 years. In that case, 35% received self-funded pensions that are even, in this case, lower than the line of poverty. In the case of men, 66% of men that receive their pensions due to old age have a self-funded pension under the line of poverty. And even if we see those that were contributing for 35 years, we will be seeing a 31% of those that are receiving a pension under the line of poverty. And I'm starting from this data because I believe it is relevant to understand how the different pillars are being implemented in these contexts. I believe the book really is tackling the main goals of the non-contributory systems as expressed, which is to eradicate poverty and extreme poverty. Very interesting, the data presented by Alberto in terms of coverage and how the expenditure of the increase of expenditure in the GDP, how this has improved, and in decreasing inequality and to ensure inclusive development, all elements that are an essential part of a society that wants to live together in a cohesive fashion. From the perspective of the social protection architecture, the non-contributory pillar is the very first line. And therefore, what comes right after this, where the contributory pension is supported in, should have a comparison. It should be important for people. It should be valuing that is significant. And at least in the case of our country, in Chile, we have an important challenge as the pension received by all citizens is mostly what comes from the non-contributory pillar. I would like to express as well that in Latin America, we are concerned with the fact that the informal sector is accessing the pension system, and it is in this context that pillar as the non-contributory or solid pillar with solidarity is fundamental. We know that in women, in the gender division of labor, of course, are the ones that have a tremendous burden here. I was reviewing the text sent, and I would like to comment on one aspect when talking about progress in the non-contributory advances or almost cross-cutting elements in the case of Guyana, Bolivia, Mexico, and Chile. It so happens that this becomes effective in terms of the scope that these non-contributory elements have, and there is an element related to the legal aspects. It's not a theoretical discussion, but it is very specific in the rights of citizens. If we see the main challenge of the non-contributory pillars, they certainly have different elements of not be a disincentive of informality, but undoubtedly there are challenges in financial sustainability. And it is in this context that the statistics presented by Alberto, which I wrote down here, which is related, please correct me if I'm mistaken, of an 0.15% originally of representation in of the GDP of the non-contributory pillar up to 0.42% currently of what funding this non-contributory pillar means in Latin America. In Chile, we went from 0.2% to a 2.02% with our current universal pension system. Some of the texts that exist have a historical reference to the creation or the provision of solidarity in our system. And we wanted to bring it here because it's very interesting. In Chile, there are these components that exist in the system that is paid by non-contributory taxes. As a matter of fact, you know that in 1952, the country implemented a subsidy for the minimum contributory pension. And in 1975, there was a first non-contributory pension known by the as essential contributions. In 1981, when we changed to the AFP system, the pension fund system, there were different names given, the PASIs or the minimum state guarantee pensions. Some of these exist.
Additionally, in 2008, when we have the major breakthrough through the creation of the solidarity pillar that has coverage and sufficiency in 2023, and other improvements have been introduced in order to have a wider universe of recipients, because it was determined as 90% of the population, the target population for the people over 65%, and the whole population. If we see this discussion of financial sustainability and what it involves for our country, in the middle term, by 2050, we'll expect to have 4.5 million people in the non-contributory system, and this 2.02% of the GDP will increase. And as we know, the financial sustainability requires to have also continuous income. And that's why this discussion is linked to the tax reform. They cannot be separated beyond the priorities that are accorded by each one of the countries where they do their expenses. Well, on the other hand, we should ask ourselves which is the role of this pillar. We said that it's intended to prevent the poverty, and it did. The extreme poverty has been reduced and contributing to the battle against inequality, and also having a better economic performance. And the contributory pillar is diminished as the people wonder, why should I contribute to the complete pension finance through the contributions they did or through taxation? Finally, is quite similar to the people who receive guaranteed pension
fund complete. And that's why we wonder where we have to focus the efforts. And the discussion is raised here that we should have a differentiated guarantee pension. And the government doesn't think that this is the best mechanism because it's going to against the approach of rights, but it is regressive in nature, and therefore the complement where we have these challenges for the pension amounts says that we should have the contributory pillar. Jose Cardona from Honduras was saying that this is related to the technical discussion, economic discussion, and political discussion as well. And there is no doubt that it should be tackled this way. We have been for many years discussing, and we expect that this will come to an end. I would like to say that we have a robust contributory pillar that is added to what happens in the rest of the countries with all the challenges that many of the countries in the region may have. And we expect that this can be or become a pillar allowing the people in the old age to get out of the line of poverty. And we expect to increase this guarantee pension to 250,000 Chilean pesos, and also increasing the voluntary savings. And the idea is to encourage formality and produce some benefits that are certain for the people who are contributing today and those who are already receiving a pension. Finally, I would like to say that in terms of informality itself, I see that this is a discussion that is quite related, additionally to the policies that we could see from the labor market, including those from the productivity sector, and some laws that deal with some specific sectors. And the design of the pension system is fundamental, that is to say, recognizing the contributions and providing the certainty to people so that the people know what they can expect. As a spoiler, I would like to comment now. Contrario senses of what is normally discussed at a high level, we are not only concerned about the informality that is very high in Chile, equal to 28%, which is far away from the other rates in Latin America. And it is very similar also to the figures we had previous to the pandemic in 2019. So we are taking care of this issue, and the spoiler is that we are going to submit a bill that is going to amend the law for accidents and diseases related to labor. This is a social security scheme paid by the employers, which is sustainable and that will provide protection when there are some contingencies, including labor-related disease or accidents, and will separate the qualification of the employees and will see the possibility to include one single contribution. That is to say, people can join the security protection system by just one single contribution. That is to say, when the person is ill or has an accident, nobody will ask this person how many contributions he already paid, but rather will be based on the seriousness of the disease or accident. This will be complemented with the discussion we already have underway in the Parliament concerning the fish industry law, and we expect that we'll have the participation of the finance department. Because sometimes we associate the informality to street vendors, but the informality that is most increasing here in the country are the entrepreneurs, the self-employed people who provide services through the internet and different applications. And therefore, these are part of the challenges that are faced now. And now we have, for example, this issue of taxes. And we want to attain people who are under the category of entrepreneurs, or those who receive different subsidies, or those who participate in productive activities, including car drivers and so on. And I would like to congratulate you for the book, because this is a very good contribution, a very good synthesis, and it underscores the main role of the solidarity. But this is not the only kind of solidarity we should practice. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for raising the important role played by solidarity in the contributory and non-contributory perspective, and the importance of having this approach of rights, and also considering the institutional path in order to move forward in the expansion of coverage and the amounts of benefits that are provided. Thank you very much for all your good news. Thank you very much. So I would like to comment now. As Minister Cardona was asking, this book is available online, so you can download it, and is available also outside of this room. I would like to thank the people who are connected online as well. More than 120 people are connected, and I would ask you please to fill out the survey of satisfaction we have. Now, it is a great pleasure to have once again Professor Nicholas Barr from the London School of Economics and Political Sciences. He is the author of over 20 books dealing with different areas of the economy of the welfare state. You have the floor now. Muchas gracias, Claudia.
Let me add my own congratulations to the authors that they've heard from the others. I think this is a terrific book. The authors' arguments are that non-contributory pensions are an effective public policy, reducing old age poverty and inequalities, particularly gender inequalities. And so non-contributory pensions have an important place within the pension system on their own merits. And they suggest that initially non-contributory pensions should cover the poorest 40% of the elderly population. So those are the authors' arguments. My argument is that the advantages of non-contributory pensions are no accident. The design is good economics, good social policy, and good politics, and I'd like to spend my few minutes explaining why. First of all, we've seen that non-contributory pensions work. This is a slide I used this morning, and you've had a lot of these data from Alberto. The point is, coverage has gone up dramatically, poverty has gone down sharply, spending has gone up, but they are still relatively small in terms of public expenditure compared to a lot of other social policies. The advantages, which I will come back to later, important social policy advantages, in terms of adequacy, coverage, and gender equity. But this is not a scheme that ought to give ministers of finance sleepless nights. There are multiple levers to maintain sustainability. And again, I will come back to this. The advantages in terms of gender. Well, the Bravo Commission found that women in Chile face at least 4 disadvantages in terms of pensions. On average, their annual earnings are lower. On average, they have fewer years of paid employment. 71% of men aged 15 or more are part of the formal labour force, only 48% of women. Thirdly, the age at which pension contributions stop being mandatory is lower for women than for men. And fourthly, annuities are based on separate life tables for men and women. So the fact that women live longer means that, other things equal, they get a lower monthly pension than an equivalent man. So, and non-contributory pensions are a powerful way to reduce that gender pensions gradient. We saw other advantages this morning. I won't repeat this now, but evidence from countries like Brazil and South Africa are precisely that non-contributory pensions are very powerful in reducing elderly poverty. So that brings me to my second message. My first message is they work. The second is that success is no accident. Picking up where I ended this morning, successful reform rests on a tripod of skills. Strategic policy design is the sort of thing that academics like me do, and in many ways that's the easy bit. The hard bit is making it work in practice. That means effective political implementation. It means effective technical implementation. And in the case of non-contributory pensions, basically all 3 hold. In terms of strategic policy design, they work because they fill gaps, because faced by informality and more fluid labour markets, contributory benefits don't have the coverage they once did. In political terms, the benefit is popular across the political spectrum. Again, I'll come back to that. And technically, non-contributory pensions are relatively easy to introduce. All you need are proof of age and residence. You don't need evidence of income. So, by way of explaining the strength of the case for non-contributory pensions, and my comment that in many ways I think the authors are underselling the strength of their case, I want to talk a little bit about the simple economics of targeting. The point of poverty relief is that it should aim to help all of the poor, in other words, to avoid gaps in coverage, but should help only or mainly the poor to avoid unnecessary spending. Now, how do you target benefits? Well, income testing is one, but it's often overlooked. It's not the only way. There's something called indicator targeting. And it's a common but mistaken argument that if a benefit is not income tested, it's badly targeted. And that was one of my several rows with the World Bank, where people tended to think income testing was the only way to target benefits. And the mistake is sufficiently important that I just want to spend a few minutes explaining what the issue is. Income testing identifies whether someone is poor by looking at their income. And the advantage is you can keep benefits very tightly in the hands of the poor. But there are a whole bunch of disadvantages. First of all, if for every dollar you earn, you lose up to $1 of benefit, it's a huge disincentive against working harder. If you work harder, earn more, but lose a lot in benefits, you're no better off. Secondly, you get problems of incomplete coverage. Where you have income-tested benefits, you often get low take-up because it may be hard work for people to apply. It requires paperwork, it requires evidence. And people might not apply because they feel stigmatized by the receipt of benefits. And thirdly, measuring people's income is administratively demanding. So it's a big mistake to think that income testing is the only way to target well. Which brings me on to indicator targeting. Now, This method identifies poor people by looking at characteristics other than their income. And my example is, assume that only people with red hair are poor, and everyone with red hair is poor, and there's no hair dyeing technology. In that world, if you introduce a benefit just for people with red hair, you eliminate poverty because you've covered all the poor. You pay benefits only to the poor. It's administratively cheap because the color of someone's hair is easy to observe. And you avoid adverse incentives because I've assumed there's no hair dyeing technology. So that says an ideal indicator has got three properties. It's highly correlated with poverty, it's outside the individual's control, and it's easily observable and easily measurable. And guess what? Non-contributory pensions conform with all three. So to wind up, I just want to say that explain why non-contributory pensions are good economics, good social policy, and good politics. In terms of economics, adequacy and coverage, looking at a person's age, whether they're old or whether they're young. Age is a good, not perfect, but good indicator of poverty. So it's highly correlated with poverty. It's outside the individual's control. I can't, when I am 45, say, I'm 65, give me my pension. And it's something that's easily measurable. So what that says is that non-contributory pensions, and exactly the same arguments apply to child benefit, are well targeted, not perfectly targeted, but well targeted. And as I've said, they can be designed to fit different budget envelopes through the multiple levers I mentioned earlier, the level of the monthly non-contributory pension, the age at which it starts, and whether or not everybody gets it. I mean, in Chile in 2008, it was the bottom 40%. Then that was increased to the bottom 60%. Now it's the bottom 90%. It's still not everybody. And that's, again, a policy variable. So non-contributory pensions are good economics. They're good social policy in all the ways that I mentioned this morning and the other speakers have explained in terms of coverage and adequacy, reducing inequality, big gains in gender equity, broader social benefits. You heard from Alberto and the others the striking improvement in coverage and the multiple examples of success, including Chile, Brazil, and South Africa. And finally, they're also good politics. The strong and widespread support for non-contributory pensions, again, is no surprise. We've seen the economic and social advantages, but in addition, I mean, universal basic income is something that's widely popular. Non-contributory pensions and child benefit are a form of universal basic income for the young and the old. And those sorts of policies have support from the political, quote-unquote, right, because they reduce what they see as the stranglehold of benefits under the welfare state, and they have strong support from the political left because it gives some people some income as a right of citizenship. So you can see it both from a social rights point of view or from a reducing the role of the state perspective. So it's no accident, good economics, good social policy, good politics, right policy, great book. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Professor Pa, for your words, inspiring words,
and for taking us to this important thought and on contribution of the non-contributory pension systems in the framework of universal pensions that are well designed for the welfare of our society. I have to apologize because given the time frame, we will not be able to have specific questions. If you allow me, our commentators here, I would like to provide some time for our director of the Social Development Department to react to these comments and to react before the closing of this session, those elements that we have seen here in terms of the role of the institution, and delve into the non-contributory pension systems, which is something that we have seen throughout the questions that we're receiving, and also which could be this route to be able, or path to move towards important levels of coverage, looking into eradication of poverty and old age. So you have some time, Alberto, now. Thank you. Thank you. I follow Claudia's instructions, so I will just take 2 minutes. If I had to really mention something about the important contributory systems, when we started the project, we asked ourselves, in general terms, whenever these reforms are carried out, when there is an important increase of coverage of the benefits, the amount of non-contributory pensions, what we keep in mind is different goals, but one is very basic and common denominator of the countries, which is to reduce poverty and old age. We asked ourselves a question: what was the poverty level in Latin America at the beginning of the century? And it was around 30%. It was 29%, which is the data that we have for 2001. The coverage of the non-contributory system was 3.8%. Poverty in 2022 of that very same group of 65 and above, 29-30 went down to 15% in 2022, when the coverage of the non-contributory system is at 31%. As the executive secretary expressed, it's not the only variable. There are different variables explaining decrease of poverty in different age groups, but undoubtedly this tool has a substantial value when we, in our 2020 agenda, uses the goal number 1, which is decrease poverty, extreme poverty, taken to zero. In old age, there is a need for non-contributory pension systems that are sufficient in the different benefits, and with coverage that will reach that goal. And I'm closing by saying that all this, together with Claudia's question, has an institutional challenge here. There is a challenge in political economy. There is a financial challenge. All these challenges have proven, or the experience in the region is that these are challenges that can progress in different countries, in large countries and small countries, in countries that have per capita income that are higher or lower, because among other things, the non-contributory pension systems allow for cross-cutting agreements in the society, and thus be able to create these social pacts. The non-contributory pension systems are a social pact for each of these countries to be able to eliminate extreme poverty and poverty. It is financially feasible, politically is feasible, and this is why in 20 years there have been 14 additional countries, and there are other 14 that were created. So that what the book is expressing is that this tool is created in the region and should be used more intensely for those countries that require more coverage, with more sufficiency in the benefits, to be able to eliminate poverty. We're not talking about 3, 4, 5 points in the GDP when our expenditures, our education, our health. We're talking about an effort that financially is feasible. And I would not like to end, because I would like to offer the floor to Claudia. I will forget to thank everybody here. Claudia will not forget it. But I would like to offer my co-editor, Claudia Robles, as she carried out an amazing work. It was very efficient, a follow-up of all of the author's chapters, designing the book. I know that we all share it, but I want to close my words by thanking her. Thank you, Claudia, for carrying out this project and to cooperate with you. This has been an honor. Thank you very much, and a round of applause for Claudia. Thank you very much, Alberto. I also had some thanking words for you, and I will express it in just one word. To conclude, we hope that this has been part of a regional thought, a tool that is very powerful in improving the well-being of all people with important benefits in terms of equality, gender, and reducing equality in our region. And I would not like to close by thanking all of the team of the social development area, as everybody has been involved in almost these 400 pages of the book. Specifically to Daniela Uneos and Isabel Jacas, who have made fundamental people in doing the follow of the whole process. And of course, together with them, Ninsen Figueroa, Juan Vila, and Ernesto Espíndola, with whom we have intensely been working in the different stages. And thank you very much, please, to Nancy Rivas for her support in the organization of this side event. And of course, the excellent team of conferences, translators, and technical division that are here with us, and the publication, Sally Shaw, and their extraordinary team with their invaluable support and the very important work that they have done and how they have been working hard with us. And finally, special thanks to Alberto Arenas de Mesa, our director, for all of the generosity that they have had and he has had in inviting me to work here and in this learning process with all of his knowledge and being so open to these activities. So thank you very much. And I would not like to stop thanking our panelists, our commentators, our executive secretary, our minister, Ms. Jara, and Professor Nicholas Barr, and of course, the Minister Cardona that had to lose his connection. Thank you very much. Please fill in your surveys, and we will have to continue immediately with our next panel. So we will not be able to go out to the break, and we want to thank you for this time. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, vamos a iniciar en unos 3 minutos, mientras vuelven todos los asistentes. Gracias.
buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will start the first panel of the 6 panel meetings we have these days in our 4th regional seminar on social development. This panel is social stratification and inequality. There are 2 objectives. One, to present the main findings of recent work developed by ECLAC regarding a multidimensional and updated approach of social stratification in the region. And the second is to reflect and think about the results and challenges of public policies that emerge on this subject, that is, new challenges present in the today, as well as the 4th technological revolution, climate change, migrations, or demographic transition. We need to mention that this panel that will be presenting the work conducted within the framework of the project that's called Stratification and Social Classes. And it was between 2021-2023, coordinated by Rodrigo Martinez of the Social Division as part of the Cooperation Facility for Development in Transition for Latin America and the Caribbean of ECLAC with the support of EU. Now we start about the content, and we'll see the stratification and social classes in the present 21st century, dynamics and characteristics in the first 2 decades. We'll see in this matrix of inequality, as described by ECLAC, there are several structuring axes contribute to generate gaps of well-being, welfare, and they are gender, age, territory, ethnics, race, disability, migration, status, gender identity, and one of the most important, precisely, pillars is the socioeconomic level, social stratification, allowing us to describe the best operation of this axis in inequality. To understand inequality also involves understanding how social stratification operates, how our societies structure themselves in time in groups that are identifiable from the socioeconomic point of view, consumption, and with similar characteristics inwardly. Even they can have their own identity, but they are unequal among themselves. These different characteristics are different. So it's important to identify these socioeconomic strata, and the project offers new approaches for doing it and allows us to consider these groups. How porous are they? How much have they changed in time? And with that, we'll discuss social mobility or absence of social mobility in our societies. So this panel will begin first with a presentation of 20 minutes by Rodrigo Martinez, Officer of Social Affairs of ECLAC, coordinating this project, and then we'll have the comments of 3 experts that participated in this project, conducting research within that framework, and I will introduce when the time comes. So now, Rodrigo Martinez, you are recognized for the initial presentation of this panel meeting. Go ahead.
Muchas gracias, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos. I thank all of those present here and those who are following us through streaming. I know that some of you are pretty far away. Let me very quickly tell you what this is all about. Let me give you some initial messages, and then I will talk about some of the features of the analytical model used in the study, some of the main results, and final comments. Initial messages, starting point. First, poverty and inequality at the center of social protection function in the region. If we understand social protection, first reason is to get population out of poverty and protecting them so they won't fall back. Number two, articulate that to access of social rights, education, housing, health, etc. And on the other hand, a bridge into the promotion and long-term insurance, that is a connection towards other sorts of development. Having in mind that social protection is also linked to the exercise of everyone's rights. Then, universal social protection that is sensitive to stratification and social classes, knowing about the risks that we're facing today, as we saw this morning. We must understand that if we wish to work in public policy that want to go into social protection, we have to take on this diversity. We're talking about universal social protection that is sensitive to differences, identifying different classes, the different characteristics of the people, of the labor market, and social structure. We have thus said that multidimensional analysis is necessary to recognize these different factors. Unidimensional analytical nature of income is just not enough. It's useful, but not enough. We have thus recovered a long-standing tradition from ECLAC on social stratification data. We just wanted to make available this to all countries so that different analysis can be done. We have 4 perspectives here on stratification and social classes. That's what we wanted to do in the study. First, a classification based on occupation. Here we used EGP from Erickson and Porto Carroso so as to look at the occupational classes that are seen in different groups that can be comparable in the region. We worked with 7 of these classes. On the other hand, income distribution, that as multiples of line of poverty. Poverty in different levels, middle class and upper class, the different classes. Then we have the distribution of income amongst households. What is the share of spending? Now, of the private spending that is done through the income and spending surveys. How much is spent and on what? The profile of consumption that differentiates them from each other. And finally, perceptions. Starting from Latino Barometer data, we can see the perception on stratification, and also if we were to stratify people through an index on goods, what is that they perceive and what do they think about public policies, distribution of power, etc. And what was the goal here? To analyze social stratification in view of the transitional development of countries in the region in this century. Here we have a series of documents that you can see that can be downloaded, as well as ECLAC publications. Now let's look at stratification according to household income. There are territorial gaps and special types of mobility in the first decade of this century. First, we see the geographic distribution in 2019. The first columns show low strata in rural area, but they weigh 1.5 more than in the cities. So these are stronger than in rural areas. The mid and high strata, on the other hand, are equivalent to 3 times in urban rather than comparing to rural. The low strata decreased in 17.3 points between 12 and 19. The mid grew as much as the lower, and the growth of the other strata was of 16 points. Between 2019 and 20, extreme poverty was the one that grew most. The mid strata is the one that decreased most, and then there was a flow going down to poverty and extreme poverty. So there was a critical descending mobility here. Now let's look at the profile of inequality. Here we see the income distribution per capita in these 15 countries, with a mid value in each strata from extreme poverty up to the high end. You can see the low number here is an average of $36. The mean in the high is of $2,140. And the distribution differs between countries, but in the low strata, they are pretty much alike. If we analyze the distribution in further detail through percentile, we see, for example, Chile, that follows the lines of Andrea Costafea's comments on the income distribution in our countries. We then go from the first decile in Chile of $142 up to 5,509th decile, and we come to 99.9 percentile, we reach $15,000. How does the curve grows? The big difference is found in the last 2 deciles. There is an exponential growth there. On the other hand, the profiles of dependency following the conversation I just heard on pensions here, the profiles in contribution varies in the lower strata, poor, extreme poverty, and low. We see that in blue, we have the tallest column, and quite the contrary. On the other hand, the orange column goes in the population here stated. Now, the characteristics of dependency is a differential among different strata. In analyzing contribution in pension systems, there is a progressive growth towards high strata. Contribution is higher in the higher strata, which makes a difference in the capability of access they have to pensions and social protection at large. And now, consumption profiles as of the characteristics of spending in the distribution of a series of goods and services that are part of the income surveys. Extreme poor groups, we say extreme poor because they don't have enough income to cover 100% of their food daily needs. If they use all of their money, it's not enough. And of the missing income, 38% is devoted to feeding. Now, why do they do so? Because they have other needs among the extreme poor. And we can see how the share in the spending basket amongst poor decreases. Food and housing, that is what is most spent in their basket. But in the mid and high strata, the spending in transport, health, culture, education, and household gadgets go up. So there's a differential kind of baskets depending on the opportunities that they have. Let's once more look at the food stuff. There's a decrease from 38 down to 10% among different strata. That is the upper left graph, but it grows in amount. This shows the investment possibilities to satisfy services or to have access to certain rights, which is what we see in education, health, and housing. An exponential growth in consumption capabilities and decrease proportionally for housing and feeding, and also proportional increase in health and education. Now, when we double click in education, in health and housing, here we have a differential way in the consumption characteristic. In education, this has gone up almost zero from extreme poverty up to $38 average, 22 for higher upper education, no, secondary education, and 38 for higher education. This is the capability of investing in education, really. It's not desire, it's a possibility, capability. Let's look at housing. This is on the right hand, it's a larger graph. The ratio grows up. That is why the graph is larger. Something that is relevant here is that the expenditure in energy services at home are much higher amongst extreme poverty as compared to high strata. We go from 5.9 to $41 in 2010 per person amongst the different groups. There's a flatter relation which talks about their consumption needs at market levels and the impossibility of some to meet their rights and services. Consumption profiles among countries. Here we see differences in this spider web. We have the different strata that are grouped this way. Let me just show that in food feeding, it's higher in the extreme poor as comparing to the higher strata in all countries except for in Brazil. In Brazil, the income and spending surveys show a differential distribution. And the same goes for other characteristics that have to do with culture amongst high strata and goods and services that are not classified here and that are due in some countries. For example, electricity and housing that is seen here in the center on the right. These are differential among some countries. In Mexico, for example, there is less spending as compared to other countries.
So what do people think about this, and what do the surveyors think about how the population is distributed to the different strata? Well, here we have the class perception, and that really depends on who is assessing this. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you view this? And then the distribution is the first self-stated distribution. We see that the distribution is slightly similar to the income distribution graph that we saw earlier. The lower sectors in red, then we have the middle income sectors in yellow, and then green, the higher income sectors. There's something similar. But when we ask them, what class do you put yourself in? There's this self-perception with regard to the middle class. It's higher. And then when we ask the surveyor, the qualification is actually higher. They tend to perceive the person or the context of the person as better. And then the last column refers to a goods distribution, household goods distribution, and we assumed income distribution relative to that. And essentially, it's what people perceive with regard to other aspects related to public policy and democracy in terms of goods distribution. Now, first allow me to mention that inequality perceptions in terms of sufficient income opportunities shown here. Now, for those who do not have enough, in red, is greater with regard to the goods index, but it's higher in the higher income groups, direct association. Now, there is a perception that there is this guarantee of equal opportunities regardless of one's origin. That is across the board for all of the strata. All individuals have a pretty good perception with regard to that, higher than 60% as to that it's bad or very bad. In other words, there's no guarantee or minimal guarantee. So there's this perception that there is a differential guarantee. Now, when the Latino barometer, Latin barometer rather, asked about this, and we look at the different strata, and this is in keeping with the mean goods asset, we see that 60% believe that the powerful groups govern for their own benefit. In other words, democracy, although there is this positive perception of democracy, but it's not working well. It's positive in terms of approval, but it's not perceived to be working well. It's perceived that they perceive that those who govern favor their own benefits. As far as authoritarianism, we see that high percentage, 40% roughly, prefer democracy. But then there's another question where it says between 34 and 36% of the population would support a military government. And this is among the low and middle strata. Only 25% of the high social class would support that. And then with regard to the classification of occupations, we worked with 6 and 8, and we came up with 7 different groups. And now the beauty is these are something can be compared to all countries, within all countries. We worked with the model so that we were able to compare all of the different countries analyzed. Classes 1, large businesses, the board members, managers. Class 2, higher level professionals. Class 3, routine, non-manual, mid-level workers. And then 4, routine work, non-manual, low-level routine work. 5 is qualified, labor, etc. And we can see that class 1 and 2 are small and essentially urban. The middle class grew from 2002 to 2019, reaching 40%. And higher urban presence than rural presence. The lower classes dropped 1 point down to 53%. And as far as we refer to the lower classes, 6 and 7, we see that the rural sector represents 74.9%. The greatest changes took place in class 7, and these are small owners and independent, self-employed, that is. This allows us to think that there is a certain association between the different distribution by occupation classification. Here we can see how each class is distributed among the extreme poor all the way up to the higher income class. Class 1, for example, 1 and 2, we see that there's a higher percentage of the higher mid to high and mid strata. And then we see 3 to 5. We see a growing portion of the middle strata there, light green. And then for class 6, we see that there's a growing presence of the middle and lower strata, and class 7, there's a greater presence of the lower class. So there is an association between strata and class, but it's not one-to-one. In the past, on the first screen, actually, first slide, we saw information on income distribution, and this is the mean income or average income of the countries, not of individuals. You can see that under the household surveys, a high percentage of the income is from work. You can see differences between classes 1, 2, and 3. And as you work down towards class 7, you can see that there are changes, and this is consistent with greater social protection for the lower income strata. And capital income is concentrated in classes 1 and 2, and progressively drops as you go down the scale towards class 7. Now these classes, similar to the strata, show differences when we assess these from a class perspective, and we said there are specific characteristics in terms of the classes with regard to access to pensions and educational achievements. You can see that there's a distribution of primary, secondary, and higher education. These are expressed in the different bars, colored bars, and we can see how higher education in green is concentrated in the higher classes, 1, 2, and 3, and drops progressively in 4, 5, and 6, obviously 7 as well, where it's practically 0. Now, contrary to that, the situation regarding primary education is relatively homogeneous for the first 4 occupational classes. There's a universal or close to universal participation, and then it drops progressively. And in this, with regard to secondary school, we see a progressive drop toward when you get into the lower classes 6 and 7, for example. And the same applies to contributions to the pension system. Here, certain characteristics of the occupational classes are associated to this. And class 7, again, has a more precarious situation. Small business owners, independent workers, and you see there's less participation in the pension system in terms of their contribution. This is for 2002 and 2019. Now, over the years, all the classes have shown progress. Despite that, and we just referred, this is in keeping with what we just heard about the book launching, despite that, there is a difference in terms of the occupational classes, and we need to focus on that in order to perhaps better focus the provision of services. Now, if we start from where we are today and look forward to the future, what's going on with the occupational classes is closely related to one of these new risks, which is the risk of automation. Now, what you automate are functions, and in the different occupation classes, there's a higher proportion of functions. Certain functions relative to the occupations associated with certain classes are lost. And we see that class 5, for the qualified manual labor, has the higher probability of facing a high risk of losing their jobs due to automation. And then you see that's followed by class 4, where you see 40%. Now, some studies have shown that class 7 faces the lowest risk because this class is not so close to reaching automation, and to a certain extent, there's less risk because they are more resilient and can adapt better to negative situations. They can overcome these situations. In other words, with regard to what they could potentially gain from automation of new technologies, they're not protected against that, but they are perhaps more resilient, or they are in certain circuits where there's no capacity to invest, certain labor circuits where there's no capacity to invest in that new technology as at the same level that would be required, so they're less effective. So the major point here is how it's not about halting or slowing down automation. It's how to make the classes more resilient to this. I would like to close with some final remarks relative to what the study summaries speak. The studies summary speaks to. Again, this is a regional document on stratification. There's another regional document on automation and the challenges, and there are national components as well for each study. Now, the results show that it is useful to study the stratification of different dimensions, and with these data, we tried to show that. There are restrictions in terms of data, and these are related to theoretical tensions, one could say, and methodological issues as well. So ideally, we would like to see that the information would be interoperational, and the statistics system has a role in that. Perhaps we could work on that. And that's one of the challenges we see going forward. But it's not just in terms of, it's a challenge with regard to making progress in terms of interoperable information. Technology can help there, but also with regard to the analytical capacity we need to take this and turn this into public policy. Now, certain crises have marked certain periods of time, and this shows that it's necessary to delve deeper into the different dynamics of productivity and economic growth and how this relates to social cohesion and inequality. And the reading or the interpretations of inequality and democracy show that, and social policies show that it's not just about how income is distributed, but it's also how people in different occupation levels have different experiences, and some have interpretations that may be similar, or they may be divergent or different. So I think it'd be worth our while to analyze that, specifically when we're referring to a social protection system that would be sensitive to differences. Also, technological change and its impact on labor inclusion generate new vulnerabilities and different areas of inequality that's worth taking into consideration with regard to the new challenges of the social protection system. And then again, it's imperative to make progress on a multidimensional analysis of social inequality to design quality public policies that guarantee rights without leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Rodrigo. Thank you, Rodrigo, for sharing in such a short time the work that was conducted during many years and a comprehensive view of social stratification and its different dimensions. Now we will listen to the comments of three specialists who participated in the project. And perhaps to just establish a framework for those interventions, I would like to share the motivating questions that we asked our three specialists who are connected online. The first one is the results that were presented show from different dimensions the characteristics of stratification and social classes in the region over the past few decades. What conceptual elements and methodological instruments should we discuss in greater depth in order to advance towards a comprehensive approach to these dimensions? Another motivating question is, what are the factors that can be highlighted as fundamental when it comes to the establishment of the social structure in the region, and what are the roads towards dealing with them so that we can make greater headway in terms of mobility, social inclusion, in the light of the challenges resulting from the major challenges and crises. The first comment will be delivered by Pedro López Roldán. He is a professor at the Department of Sociology of Universitat Autónoma of Barcelona. Since 1998, he has a degree on economics of the University Autónoma de Barcelona and holds a diploma in advanced studies on these issues, IT and applications to human sciences at the School of High Studies of Social Studies in France, and holds a PhD in sociology at Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona. So he has 15 minutes, Pedro, for your comments. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation to participate in this fourth regional seminar. And I would like to also especially congratulate ECLAC for its long history of studies and analyses of the reality of Latin America and the Caribbean, and for producing and harmonizing data related to the economic development of the region. In my intervention, I'll try to contribute with some reflections to what was mentioned during the presentation. It could be considered as an external perspective, as from Europe or Spain, but we already have some experience in research and comparative analysis with Latin America, involving different projects that I will refer to very briefly. Now, with regards to the first reflection related to the concepts and methodological instruments, a first fundamental aspect is to account for the multidimensional nature of stratification and inequality. And in this sense, we can make several comments. First of all, I would like to highlight, and I'm very happy that the ECLAC poses it as such, that the analysis of stratification has a double dimension, focusing on employment and income, and the essential aspects that come out, some that are more structural and stable, which is employment, and the other one, which is much more variable, which is income. In fact, the results presented by the report highlight the fact that for the set of countries that were analyzed, and basically, the diagnosis is that in those 20 years that are analyzed, with certain small variations in a specific country, we find stability basically in the occupational structure, and that then implies, in terms of reproduction patterns, of inequalities, and thus in terms of the reproduction of what is normally called the constant, the unmovable nature of social mobility, and therefore a first conclusion from that rigidity of those structures that are very difficult to change, and therefore it's very difficult to generate mechanisms to overcome the inequalities that entails. In terms of revenues, what is highlighted is that there has been some improvement, but there is still a long way to go. Over and above the poverty line. We also had to have economic inequality in terms of revenues and distributive and post-distributive Gini index. Secondly, with regards to this multidimensional aspect, and together with the two main dimensions that we are referring to, I believe that it's worthwhile considering a third aspect, which is education, which comes before the other two, and therefore it is worthwhile considering that as a mechanism that leads to this, because education determines an occupational level, and that occupational level in turn determines a specific level of income, acting also as a major mechanism shown in international studies, which is a factor that equalizes inequalities. In the case of Latin America, that equalizing factor probably is less efficient, and in consequence, it is a question of considering policies that have to be introduced in this sense, together with the education dimension, and they should be included in the analysis as a central element. A fourth one is something that comes before these three, which is the social origin, because it enables to put forward a fundamental aspect from the viewpoint of inequality and stratification studies, which are change processes and opportunities, and that involves occupational or class social mobility. But in the case of Latin America, It is very difficult to study that because there is a certain lack of data, and with the exception of some very valuable studies, it is truly an issue that is very difficult to work with, and in few countries, and we have very little data in most countries, and so it's difficult to work with these sources of information that will enable an international comparison, because the approach that one can always take at an intra-regional level is that it is important to contrast this, as we often do in our research projects when we compare Europe and Latin America, and in that sense. And thirdly, I would like to highlight, if you allow me, the research that we are conducting in the network in GASI, which is an international network on social inequalities. This is a network where we have 29 organizations from many European countries, 7 Latin American countries, universities, and also non-academic organizations, among them ECLAC, together with Intal, Latino Barometro, and COP. And we are conducting a second project in CASI, which we are calling CASI 2, where we seek to establish a multidimensional measure of socioeconomic inequality. And in that sense, we have integrated those 3 dimensions to the ones that I have referred to beforehand. And therefore, low revenues, education, and we have also included our research work. We have inserted a gender perspective and that element, and considering social origin and the lifelong changes that enable intergenerational mobility. So it is a structural and long-term analysis that would subsequently enable intergenerational analysis. Fourthly, this multidimensional approach to the phenomenon. What is worthwhile is highlighting the importance of the dynamics of all economic processes that are underway in the short term, but especially in the long term. And in that sense, this is something that is lacking not only in Latin America, but basically within the realm of social sciences. We have little information of longitudinal studies that enable, via panel studies, the analysis of historical evolution and of changes both at an generational and intergenerational level. This is a challenge, and it would be a good research to study this type of phenomenon, and I think it would be also a very adequate line of work. On the other hand, from a methodological point of view, I believe it is adequate to use multivariable analysis techniques in order to account for the interactions that occur between these different dimensions of the issue of stratification and inequality. And as from there, to generate composite indicators, synthetic indicators, without forgetting the supplementary interest of the research that uses a qualitative type of methodologies. And finally, to remember the need to have more and better sources of information, and I insist upon that idea of facilitating that availability of information. That international perspective is always an additional element in order to go beyond the visions that because they often contribute additional elements and are not foreseen when we conduct international comparisons. A second aspect related to this first point that was suggested in the panel is a suggestion in terms of contextualizing these studies under a conceptual frame that we could call, as used in our research project, in our collective research project, which is that of a social model. This is a concept associated to welfare regimes, in other words, to the triangle between the state, family, and state, but also involving other aspects that refer to the institutionalization of social relations, and therefore of power relations as well, relations that involve different logics in terms of what we could denominate, what we could call a social compact aimed at progress and the reduction of inequalities. And in that sense, we could envisage under that idea of a social model issues related to legal aspects, to the welfare model, to the labor relations model, and therefore to the link between states, companies, and unions, and the public policies of governments to the extent that they are regulating institutions that are linked to each other and that seek to correct the social inequalities that could appear both from the viewpoint of from a pre-distribution and post-distribution approach in terms of mitigating the effects of social inequality. And that is an element that in literature is linked to a concept which is of capitalism variability. And many countries in Latin America and the Caribbean could be called economies that are not coordinated. In other words, shaped about what in conceptual terms ECLAC has been working on, which is structural heterogeneity, and therefore characterized, among other things, by low levels of social expenditure, high levels of workers without social security and unemployment benefits, high levels of social inequality. As indicators show, and with that level of informality that tremendously hinders the coordination of pre- and post-distributive policies. And in that sense, the idea would be to identify that type of model and to try to go beyond that, to overcome those models. And now with regards to the other line that was proposed during the panel discussion related to moving towards a social sphere, that obviously implies reducing the high levels of inequality in the region and involves structural type reforms that must be very profound and with an enormous socio-political compact, both between countries, both within countries and also between countries. And that continues to be a pending task. Now, and except for specific exceptions, we find the political and institutional stability in the region, the permanent changes in government, the absence of that shared social compact, and the difficulties of creating or entering into alliances and real economic and social and political unions between countries that prevent a change in that order of things. And so without being an expert in the analysis of public policies, I would say that specific policies that are protected from different governments at given moments in time mitigate inequalities, but the structural problems basically remain. And we have talked about the occupational structure, which is a way of reflecting that from the viewpoint of a productive structure of informality and so on. And in consequence, those policies at a given moment in time are palliative in nature, but after that, governments appear that rewrite this history or this experience. And in terms of social models, as we have said, these are, in general terms, weak in order to revert this type of outlook.
Therefore, what is happening not only in Latin America and the Caribbean, also in other areas of the world, including Europe, is a certain evaluation of solidarity principles in societies. If you look for or consider the reduction of inequalities, that in times of crisis generate, and in a context of institutional weakness, evaluation of that social contract. And there we could highlight 4 pieces of solidarity that can occur simultaneously and should be compatible with the possibility of economic development. On the one hand, what we call the organic solidarity crisis of complex societies, going back to what we consider in sociology as mechanic solidarity, voluntary actions or alternative solutions, for example, with the third sector, because they are alternatives to the actions that states should implement. On the other hand, solidarity crisis of an interrelational type to create collaborative communities, or crisis of solidarity interclasses, therefore expressing the possibility of accepting or rejecting fiscal pressures and therefore the complaint from certain sectors for tax reduction. And fourthly, the crisis of intergenerational solidarity, which is considering positions of the youngest in order to keep decent pensions for the retirees. Therefore, if what we look for is social justice, if we want to reduce inequalities and social pressure, what we need to do is to have comprehensive integral policies seeking equality of opportunities in general, and also from the point of view of results for the whole society. And thus the proposal of ECLAC expressed in the need of expanding the view towards universal social protection systems, integral, resilient, and sustainable in order to favor social rights. And in the context of crisis, mainly, it's key. But protection policies is a basic pillar, are not enough to reverse or unwind structural problems. And therefore, economic, industrial policies for productive restructuring should be developed, and that is linked to any other aspect, for example, labor market, and therefore promoting activities of greater added value, formal employment, formal jobs, generalizing the idea of decent work. Informality is one of the main obstacles for the progress of everything dealing with institutionalization of the distributive policies, and also for political stability. But also active policies for employment are required. Therefore, some that are of you have only 1 minute to close. Only 1 minute to close. All right. And then on the other, I was saying active policies and passive policies. And I consider, as I referred to in my previous analysis, educational factor is a key fundamental element insofar as educational level, ongoing training, lifelong education for different subjects, because in the end, the extension of low quality employment or subsistence employment in different realities finally waste social capital, and the educational mechanism can be one of the main paths for solving this type of issues. Of course, fiscal policies are key, public investment, social dialogue and collective bargaining are key also to generate consensus policies that will be implemented by each, from the point of view of each country and from the point of view of political integration. Therefore, political stability is a necessary condition to redistribute and to break that perception that citizens have about injustice, about politics and government. And these are the data that reveal support vis-a-vis military or authoritarian governments. Therefore, these are my views, my reflections. Thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you, Pedro. Indeed, because of the rigidity of social structures from policies, integrality is essential not only for welfare policies, but those of productive change also. Now we have the comments of Eduardo Chavez Molina. He's been a researcher of the University of Buenos Aires and director of the sociology department of the Mar del Plata University. He has a master's degree in Flaxo and PhD in social policies. You have the floor for 15 minutes. Eduardo. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, ECLAC, particularly for addressing these topics and having generated research that will give an account of the economic, social, distributive situation of Latin America. So, what I will try to present today and discuss mainly the presentation made previously is, on the one hand, mention a few points that call attention about the information presented. I think, in view of the information or knowledge, there are certain patterns that are similar throughout the region, described very clearly several years back, in the beginning of the establishment of ECLAC, when they spoke about a structural heterogeneity, ongoing, continuous heterogeneity in all the countries of the region. It's something similar. But now, today, the point that we can highlight is that there are clear regional differences. To speak of a Latin America in general terms, today, can make us lose sight of those unique features that show major heterogeneities between subregions of Latin America. On the one hand, those countries with more industrial relative development of the Southern Cone, Andean countries, Central America, the Caribbean, and the unique features of Mexico and Brazil. Those groups will show us also distributive processes that are very different. But with a similar characteristic, if you are able not to put all the information together, but rather put information linked from one country to the next and from one region to the next. And those major differences that have played a role in decreasing, reducing inequalities, or better, redistributive impacts in some social sectors, mainly dealing with the state regulation of regulatory processes. That is undeniable if you take into account all the information presented for the region, and because databases are set up and indicators in a different way, as it is done in Europe, especially in the EU, and that ECLAC has made a remarkable effort in generating all that information, of trying to harmonize and standardize through stats. But clearly, there are substantive differences. And those differences, through different indicators, can be seen in the levels of state regulation. And I'm referring to those levels or links between business sector and workers' sector, because that has an impact in virtuous terms, either in income distribution as well as in the inequality impact through different measures. Taking all that into account of the information presented, I would like to underscore two processes that are present in our region. On the one hand, those indicators that express certain social behaviors with processes that can be separate from the public intervention made. That is, if it accentuates state regulations or market regulations in order to dichotomize the information presented. What are those aspects that do have certain behaviors that could be called secular, or regardless of the type of public intervention? Taking into account, of course, this dichotomy. How can you observe this? Through the drops of fertility rates, through the less composition or less children, young children in different types of homes. That is seen in different parts of the region. In some places, strongly, like in South America, in the Southern Cone, Costa Rica, and others that occur in all the region, regardless of who is in government. And the other point is undeniable. In a region with such unique characteristics in distributive processes, economic development, and impact on poverty of the population, is that education levels increase ever more. One could even think that there is a major transformation regarding higher education in the region, with high impact in those countries that generated greater policies of access of the population to higher education. And that also shows values of increasing values in countries that had different political interventions, taking into account dichotomy between market and state. And then, on the other hand, those indicators that do express very direct impacts in accordance with the type of political or governmental intervention. And that impact of government policy generally is linked to income processes that can be envisioned in different times in the region with greater efficacy, especially in the last 20 years, because there's greater consistency and development of statistical institutes, and thus allowing us to observe that data. And the impact of income also has something that responds directly to the type of political intervention, either because of the management of the exchange rate or distributive processes proper, that you can see it better in those countries where inflationary processes involve all the actors, the business, state, and workers, to articulate a process of activation of their salaries, something which in the specific case of Argentina has been more than evident when the state assumes a preeminent role in that process of income distribution. And that first set of information, what is it that we see in Latin America? These specificities or regional differences, and then on the other hand, governmental accents and their impact in those indicators that possibly are not modified by political interventions and others that are. That is point number one. Point number two, I wanted to reflect about what Ricardo presented, and that is consumption, because consumption is not a minor indicator. Yes, consumption derives in a point of poverty conditions, access, thresholds of population. But then on the other hand, it's linked to expectations. What are the population expectations to access certain types of consumption? And that differentiation through class categories, occupational class categories, show greater distances than earning certain amount of money as compared to the other. Allows us to see what's the impact when rates go up. The case of Argentina, what happens when there is a drop of income, and how do I need to distribute that drop in accordance with that basket of elements for society, and what are the possible expectations that many population groups have regarding the access of those goods. It's not a minor information. The percentage of the concerning percentage of population in Latin America that considers that if there is an authoritarian government, or as it was in the past, or as compared to the civil democratic government, is alarming, 38%. A colleague, Nino Germani from Buenos Aires, was presenting some data that were highly concerning.
There is a greater weight to authoritarian governments in Argentina, something that didn't happen in the last 10 years. The youngsters had similar ideas. 60% of young people up to 24 mistrusted democracy, and they even believed that democracy, the government of the people, quote unquote, really represented the government of the powerful people. That was a paradox. If we look at what Pedro brought us, the drop or the increase in solidarity that is seen often, takes me to an idea on how we can express this loss of solidarity. On the one hand, we see the increase in the wealth gaps. With more inequalities, we see deep division between different segments of society. Some believe this is legitimate, and some don't believe it is legitimate. We also have strong labor precarious situations with low wages, especially amongst the young people. There, we also see active policies to bring more flexibility and greater poverty amongst the juvenile population. They're not seen as an appropriate means of development in among these democratic governments. The process of instability in labor and also unprotected jobs mainly this brings in more competition for resources that are scarce and scarce. We also look at the intensive use of technology, especially in the social media, where things are more and more individualistic, and that is no minor thing. The social media also bring in a lot of misinformation, information bubbles, etc. So much so that things get out of hand. I'd like to bring here a quote from Mario Bunge, who died a few years ago. He's a great Argentinian social philosopher. He was expelled from public universities during our dictatorship at the end of the 60s. He wrote a book called Science and Intuition. Eduardo, you have 2 minutes to go. Okay, in closing, and by the way, I have the academic independence to say so, that in Science and Intuition, he said, let's be careful. Intuition can make me create the necessary conditions to investigate certain problems, but science, through the development of hypotheses, is what can tell me about a process that is taking place in our societies in Latin America. But there's a paradox here, a paradox in this world, and Pedro talked about this solidarity. This shows how these intuitive processes gain ground over those defiance. Why? Because it's easier to say that the land is flat than explain to society the why it is not so. In Argentina, we have a government where those responsible for science and technology are in the hands of somebody who believes that there are ETs roaming around. These consensus end up in situations that are full of paradoxes. The tools are complicated, are complex, and evidently we then must think about the possible roads to track and how the tension between the market and state rationales may end up improving the condition of our population. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Eduardo, for your very interesting comments. We realize that we must bear in mind the heterogeneous nature of our countries, as well as the paradoxical policy of society with growing labor precarious systems. Well, we have 146 persons connected, and we have simultaneous interpretation, by the way. And afterwards, we will ask that you please answer questions that will be posted on the chat. Now, we hand over to Emmanuel Baroset. She is a professor of sociology from the University of Chile, and she's a main researcher from COES. And so she's a sociologist, graduated from the Paris Institute in France. She's got a PhD of sociology from Paris University as well. Emmanuel is here in Chile, but unfortunately he's traveling, so she's here through streaming. You have 15 minutes, Emmanuel. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation from ECLAC. We've been working together for quite some time. So my comments will be related to a report from ECLAC in association with COEXO, that is Social Cohesion Institute Studies. One of the topics that Rodrigo brought in his report is precisely what we will be looking at right now. We'll take a look at the questions sent to the panelists, and also I will talk about some of the concerns shared with ECLAC, especially looking at our current crisis. That is clear. As a matter of fact, the World Economic Forum talked about multi-crisis or poly-crisis. It's not that we haven't faced other crises in the past in the region, but right now we are facing several crises, and it seems like we are losing control, and politically speaking, we are also losing ground. In view of this, and since I work on this at COES, I'd like to focus my comments on the middle class, and we're talking about Chile right now. Rodrigo said that the situation of the middle class in Latin America is quite unstable. We are once more facing the possibility of the very sad increase in poverty. We have seen several examples in the 20th century, but for Chile nowadays, it seems that the possibilities are off the possibilities. Unfortunately, the pandemic and the crisis made us step back, showing that our destinies are quite similar in the region. So I'd like to go deeper into Rodrigo's comments. He said that the poverty or the lower classes in Latin America are more found in the rural areas. The surveys in Latin America talk naturally about money, so there's less visibility about this, although there are organizations devoted to that matter. But there is big concern because many of these sectors are in faraway countryside. Now, there was a shrinkage here in that, amongst that sector. But if we look at the mid sectors, there is a status, a kind of status involved for people to be declared as middle class. That means that they're not losing hope that they may fare better in the future. I will refer to a multi-dimensional factor for middle classes, but I also want to look at the measurement. In sociology, it's been difficult to go forward towards more comprehension amongst international organizations, but it is also a must to go back into looking at the social classes. We shouldn't fear talking about social classes. We had been used of looking at income, consumption, etc. In a country such as Chile, the marketing scale came in much stronger than others. So I'm very satisfied to see that ECLAC uses the GP classification, although it does have limitations. But this is, I know, better for those who are not in the labor market. Well, as we know, all kinds of measurements bring in some kind of limitations. It's always positive to look at different views on the income quintiles, on occupation. It's very complicated to construct that. But Rodrigo, Pedro, and Eduardo, we know, statistically speaking, how complex it is to have data, but also to harmonize in Latin America and to build this variable. And besides, as Rodrigo showed, we are using social status, subjective scale. That means that we're leaving behind expert views, going back to the social environment to see how people go through this stratification, how that is represented, and how far or close we are to that. In Chile, there was a pandemic, and when the middle class received the bonus, well, these were actually destined to poorer population. But people believed that being in the middle classes, they still deserved some kind of a bonus, but that didn't come about. There was a deep crisis, and there was also the product, the idea of the subjective classification. Now, let me go back to what's already been said here. I'm talking about the evolution of conceptual elements. I applaud that we can now talk between sociologists, anthropologists, economists, public policy makers, etc., because now we have common language. ECLAC has always been worried about the occupations ever since the 60s, but that unfortunately was left behind in the 80s. And ECLAC has afterwards recovered this through work amongst all countries. Naturally, comparing with Pedro from Spain and the colleagues from EU, well, we don't have the equivalent that EU has. They have. We are here now conducting efforts in order to harmonize our instruments and tools, but naturally we are still far from what is done at EU level. Now, in talking about the elements, we should emphasize more other things that are not often seen in international comparisons. I'm talking about leaden tenure.
Often we tend to forget that Latin America has property structures that are quite different from other countries. And there's an excellent 2015 Oxfam report that refers to how one of the primary inequalities in Latin America is land ownership. I would also like to remind you of the Inequality Lab report, Piketty, Saez, and others et al., who are comparing wealth, and they're study shows that for a country such as Chile, for example, in their 2022 report, for the middle strata in Chile, there is a negative wealth. That is, it's purely borrowing. And there's a difference there in Latin America when you compare Latin America to Europe, where the savings capacity is somewhat higher. So including property aspects is very interesting. We know that in the case, it's more difficult. We know that in Chile, it's more difficult for the administrative, the central tax agency to pull out that specific individual data, but there has been pressure to have comparative information regionally, specifically in terms of wealth. The second to last issue would be the progress that we are making with regard to vulnerability. We know that social class measurements show that there are changes in income, and a great deal of effort is underway in Latin America for there to be among the middle class and lower class levels to have what we call the highly vulnerable groups. For example, these are families defined as those that have less than a 10% likelihood of falling into poverty. But we know that these data are not always available. And then finally, I would like to close by referring to what Rodrigo, Pedro, and Eduardo said in terms of the social compact. That the problem we have is that no one wants to pay more taxes, but there is no more wealth. And we are facing this poly or multiple crisis context. It's a global security crisis, inflation, food insecurity, and not to mention climate change. So the difficulties relative to thinking about social compacts are more prevalent today. There's a lack of trust, and there's not much of a vision relative to the future. There's this concept of intergenerational solidarity, but the current context is making that more difficult. In Argentina, for example, we're all closely concerned with Argentina, and with regard to governments, extreme right governments, and how this may have an impact on other countries throughout the region is of concern. And in France, for example, we're witnessing that. There's a similar situation, although the welfare state is very different from what we see in Latin America. I appreciate the work carried out by ECLAC, and I'm very pleased to be here with you and to share these brief reflections with you. Thank you, Emmanuel, for your remarks. Greetings. And now we will move on to the questions and comments. In fact, there are 3 online questions that we have received. I will share these with you. I would like to remind the audience that you can fill out a survey on the specific panel. The first question is from Isidro Rodriguez. What public policies do you recommend to revert this situation, the situation relative to classes 1 through 6? And that's in reference to the presentation. And what factors are having an impact on the risk of automation? Another individual, Mr. Cabrera, says, do you think the assets index overestimate the situation in the poor or lower income levels? And then Carol Ayana Alvarez asks, understanding that public policies tend to be disjointed, how do you think we can actually have processes that would foster intersectoral linkages? Let me give the floor to Rodrigo for the answers. Thank you for the question. It's a challenging question. I would have to say that there are many replies with regard, or the questions are quite varied with regard to the first question in terms of public policy and the different characteristics of classes 1 through 7. As far as I understand it, what is being proposed is related to the risk of automation and the risk of automation, how this would have an impact on the different classes. First of all, let me point out
something that I previously mentioned. We are witnessing how automation has an impact on at the task level or the specific occupation level, but not at the professional level. There are professions that have that are made up of different occupations and tasks, and we know that there are less. There are the tasks occupied by those occupations that tend to be more at risk, and there are other occupations in the digital realm that involve other more automated tasks, and that's why the non-manual class has a higher risk. But that middle non-manual class, to the extent that there are skills in that class that are more related to the digital realm, there are opportunities for converting, reskilling. Now, I didn't show one class that refers to the specific aspects relative to tasks and functions that could be automated, and there is more work to do there. In that case, I would like to invite you to look into the analysis under the second document of this project. I'm not going to delve into the details here right now. Now, we do say something with regard to policies related to the challenges. For example, specifically policies related to labor inclusion. And when I say labor inclusion, I'm not just referring to access to work, but decent work and decent working conditions. And this involves having a contract, possibility to having access to social security system, and income that allows individuals to get out of poverty. That's the concept of inclusion, and not just referring to getting a job. And in that regard, for that realm, we refer to, in that document, we refer to policies related to supply and demand, and that is related to anticipating the needs of the market, and so that the market offers opportunities to individuals to reskill in time, and the issue related to institutional arrangements. There we underscore challenges related to the institutional arrangements of a labor market so that it actually can take charge of this linkage and provide sustainability to those wishing to adapt. I would say that there's that intermediate area between the institutional arrangements and the challenges of that adapting labor market. I would have to say that there's a great deal to do in the region in terms of that. Also, I would like to insist upon that anticipatory perspective and not just reactionary. It's important to take charge of the impact of automation, and also how can we solve the problem related to being more productive thanks to automation. This, in the end, has an impact on individuals who are left jobless. Now, the contrary is, how can we come up with technology that allows us to be inclusive while being disruptive at the same time? So it's not about solving the problem a posteriori, but addressing this as part of the objective of public policy per se. Now, the second question refers to goods indices. I would assume the question is related to the comparison that I showed with the 4 different perspectives in terms of the data from the Latino barometer. Now, the goods index is adjusted information, adjusted population information from the individuals declaring their perceptions, or stating their perceptions and stating their goods or assets. And it's organized to the extent that the income distribution information organized under the household survey. We take the information from the household survey and we came up with a goods or assets index under the survey of Latino barometer. There's a structure. You have one variable from one source, and we standardize that for the other variable under the other source. In certain areas, we have found similarities with other variables that allow us to understand that maybe there's an adjustment underway. And then we have the assets index, which is not an autonomous index in terms of how it's organized. Its structure really is reliant on the income distribution or stratification based on income. Thirdly, understanding that public policies tend to be disjointed. How can we have processes that would boost the intersectoral linkages or coordination, you could say? Here we have worked significantly on addressing the challenges of institutional arrangements. Now, institutional arrangements as the basis that allow for development and implementation of quality public policy. And there, that includes these linkages and the coordination. We talk about social issues. We know that there are multiple stakeholders involved from the public sector at the central level, for example, on the different sectoral levels, all relative to public policy in the different government levels, and the horizontal and vertical linkages are key. And we define that as part of the institutions that we need to develop in order to have stronger linkages. There are concrete examples of institutional arrangements or agreements that refer to having regulations. For example, one of the first dimension that we mention when we refer to institutional arrangements, it's important to have regulations and clear rules that allow for the different stakeholders to be involved, individuals providing benefits in the system and receiving benefits. There's not just one level, it's not just a local level, there are different levels. And in that regard, having agreements between different institutions is a good experience. For example, we saw how Chile developed Chile Solidario. That was one of the ways that they began tackling the lack of the disjointed institutions. So that involves sharing tasks as well as the certain components of the outcomes of said agreements. It's not just about requesting information when an institution requests services from another one, but it's about sharing information so that the overall outcome is more efficient and effective. Now, that's definitely something that needs to be worked on. I would like to insist on how, if we have better institutions, of course, that would entail having regulations, having instruments that would allow to implement public policies as well, and having sufficient resources. That all of that, in very few words, that is the institutional basis for making progress in terms of having better institutional linkages. Thank you.
Gracias, Rodrigo.
Thank you, Rodrigo. We are a bit behind schedule. So I think following that first round of Q&A, let's leave the discussion at that for now. I would like to thank the panelists. I think this is an excellent way to wrap up the first day of the seminar, and I would like to invite all of you to look at tomorrow's schedule at 9:30 a.m. Santiago hour. We will hear a keynote presentation with regard to social determinants of health, a presentation to be given by Michael Marmont, the director of the Equity and Health Institute of Health Equity from the University College London. And the survey, I've also mentioned that a few times. Please, if you have not filled out the survey yet, please be sure to do so. And thank you. See you tomorrow.